Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 20th. 20 years since Two Towers came out.
I feel old. And I look old.
You look great.
Wow. I feel young. That keeps me young. I love the movies. My favorite series ever.
No, and okay, I guess we're going to introduce everybody, and then I got a question for you in the chat and the panel. First, let's see. We got an amazing panel here, and a normie. There she is.
Have you
seen this movie, X-Ray Girl?
Yeah, I did. Last year I watched all 3 extended versions. I didn't have time this year, but
you better find time. You have until the end of the year.
There's like Christmas movies.
Oh, these are Christmas movies.
Oh, that's true.
Totally.
They are.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They are truly universal movies. They can be watched at any time of year.
Okay, yeah.
And that's my question, I guess. Because all these came around to Christmas, I always rewatch these around Christmas. Are these Christmas movies, chat? You let me know. Poopa Chalupa, welcome. Thomas Preston, Mila, what's up, Mila? From the Nerdrotic Discord. I jump in there once in a while now. You guys are crazy. Granny Elder, Tooth Grinder, NC Tasman, Danny Pearson, Judacon. What's up, Judacon? Welcome to the show. David Rayner, Gamer Word. Well, we always say those before we go live. Solve for X, Neil, Movie Times Today, Tricky, and Sean Berry. Milk is nice. Strawberry. God dang. I am recorded. Rest in peace. Yeah, stay in school, kids. Like at least through high school. Okay. It's really important. It really is. I wanted to, but there's 3 that just said no. They just said no, and I figured after 3, I better give up. So I got into chemistry. Brightest Day, what's up?
Oh my
Walks in, drops the 5. What are you walking out for? You got to go work out, get all swole. That dude is fucking big. He will kick your ass. Granny Elder for 20 euros. That's proper money. When will we likely see almost perfect fantasy like Lord of the Rings again? Never. The big boys only seem interested in the IP, then create complete mess. Also, hi Dispy Wispy. See you soon. Ooh,
Yes.
What is that?
That's an in-joke name from the Geeks and Gamers tabletop that we do on Monday. Granny Elder is not a nice person.
I'm going to call you Dispy Wispy from now until the end.
Oh, that's actually Gil's fault, that one. She made a ghost that called Dispy Wispy.
Yep. That I summoned every battle.
All right. Let's introduce this awesome panel here. And thanks everybody for being here. Basically on a whim, I'm like, come talk about Lord of the Rings. I know it's hard. I know it's very difficult, the task I asked you to do. But first, welcome back. I met him for the first time in real life just a couple of weeks ago. The great Robert Meyer Burnett. How are you, sir?
It's great. We did this a year ago. It's great to be back doing this again.
I know. And hey, he actually worked on the film in a way. I mean, you worked on the special features that aren't on the awesome 4K versions, but will be on the Blu-ray still.
No, I was in New Zealand working on this particular movie for like 4 months. We were in country, and then editing, of course, after that. It was working on these was one of the most fun things I ever did in my whole life. You know,
I still want to see the hours of footage that you shot with Christopher Lee interviewing him.
I wish. I wish we could get access to all that stuff. Maybe one day. From a streaming perspective, the interviews that were done, like I was saying earlier, there's probably 500 hours of interviews on each movie. Just interview. Like I interviewed the greensman who took care of Fangorn Forest for like 3 hours because there was a full-size Fangorn Forest that was made up of real trees, and even though it was in a soundstage, it kind of developed its own ecosystem. Bugs.
You mean unlike Rings? You mean unlike Amazon's Rings of Power, where it's all fake? Even though
this was they had a real forest, and we left no stone unturned. And when you watch the special features, there's very little, because obviously we had to include everybody, but there's very little of the interviews overall with the ones that we did. Like Michael Pellerin, my boss, whose company, Curdy Pellerin was the name of the company that did the special features. He did the interviews with like Peter, and each movie he interviewed Peter for like 20 hours each.
Wow.
So amazing stuff. And one day maybe all that stuff will come to light.
Or maybe you'll just forget a copy, just somewhere. On
I wish I don't
top
have
of-
any of the stuff, the tapes. We had to turn it in.
Oh yeah.
I have other tapes from other movies though.
Oh,
You're teasing us, sir.
Be in February. Just leave me in a paper bag. No, we were talking a little bit. Hey, okay, so we haven't seen each other, so we had to get our yayas out before the stream and talk about like Henry Cavill and stuff that we're not going to talk about here, or mostly not. But Robert, could you tell us again how long was that interview with Christopher Lee?
It was 5 hours long, and what was really interesting, I did it at the Dorchester Hotel in London, and I'd never met Christopher Lee. And what was really interesting is Billy Wilder had just passed away, and he had worked with Billy Wilder on The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes. He played Mycroft Holmes. And whenever I interview a celebrity for a DVD or a special feature, I kind of have my sort of MO is to ask them something that has nothing to do with the interview, just to show that I know a little bit about them beyond like, oh, we're on the red carpet or something. So the first thing I said to Mr. Lee, and I didn't know how it would go, I didn't know how the interview would go or anything. I said, I'm very sorry to hear about the passing of Billy Wilder. Were you friends? Did you maintain a relationship? And he kind of got all misty-eyed, and he said, listen, I talk to Billy Wilder once a week, and I'm very pleased. Thank you for bringing this up, and I will miss him. And he sat down and said, what do you want to know? And then we talked about everything. And he was a very kind man, and he was a great raconteur. And I've told the story before, I'll tell it really quickly. So he said to me at one point in the interview, he goes, I am in the new Star Wars movie, Attack of the Clones. And I'm like, it hadn't come out yet. And I said, yes, I know. And he says, my good friend Peter Cushing was in the first Star Wars movie. And I said, yes. He said, I called Peter after I saw Star Wars. And I said, Peter, you were just terrible, just awful to that princess, just horrible. And then he said, and what exactly is a grand moff anyway? And and I laughed and I said to him, I go, well, so let's say Peter Cushing, if he were still alive today and he saw Attack of the Clones, what do you think he would say to you if he got to see the movie? And he got very circumspect, and he's looking around and he says, well, I expect he would want to know what a dooku was now, wouldn't he? That's kind of the kind of guy he was. So
he had a good sense of humor.
He had a great sense of humor. He was so warm. And here was the real thing. I had taken a French movie poster for Dracula, Prince of Darkness. I never get autographs, but I figured, why not? It's totally unprofessional. But I also know he didn't like to sign anything to do with Dracula. That's what I'd heard. So after the 5 hours, he got up and went to the restroom, and I was like sitting there going, should I do it? And I'm like, I gotta do it. And I took out the poster and unfolded it, and he looks at it and he goes, this would be worth a lot more money if it was actually in English. that was but he signed the poster, and it's hanging up in my media room. And it was funny. He goes, I suppose you just want me to sign my name. I'm like, no, I want you to write it to me. I'm not going to sell it.
Yeah.
And it's hanging up in my media room, framed and matted to this day.
True fan, Robert.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So he was so nice. And he told these incredible, he was a philologist, he studied languages, and he was a huge Tolkien. I mean, he was a Tolkien scholar himself.
But he spoke to him, right, Robert?
Yes,
because I've read that's what they had in common, because Tolkien was a philologist.
Yes, and he spoke. I think he spoke like Christopher Lee spoke like 12 languages.
Right.
And he was a huge. And he talked about, he wanted to be Gandalf, but he realized he was probably too old to be Gandalf. So he loved playing Saruman. He loved it. And he loved the whole thing and the way he spoke. I mean, you can see snippets of the interviews that we did with him throughout the special features. And he was just an incredible guy. And, I also got to interview like John Rhys-Davies. And I was interviewing him we interviewed him here in LA at the Disney Imagineering stages. And when I was interviewing him, he he said, you know, I'm just a character actor and nobody really knows who I am. And I'm like, that isn't true. Everybody knows who you are. And I just said, and I had no idea. There was a few of us from the office, but I had no idea there's other people there.
Yeah.
And I said, is there anybody that can just shout out a line of dialogue that Mr. John Rhys-Davies has said in a movie? And somebody like from way in the background goes, "Oh, my friends, I'm so pleased to see you are not dead." And John, suddenly people were just saying stuff.
Very dangerous.
Yeah. Somebody said that, and he goes, and he looks straight at me, and he goes, "Why don't you do you know a line of dialogue for something that I was in that isn't Raiders of the Lost Ark?" And I go, I said, "Well, what would you like me to say in Glaze?" And that's from Shogun, because I'm a huge Shogun fan.
Oh yeah,
and he was in Shogun, you know, with Richard Chamberlain, and he just looked at me and he started to cry, not because I made him cry, but like everybody. He really didn't understand how, because I mean, he was General Pushkin in The Living Daylights. You know, he has an incredible career.
He played the Kingpin.
Yes, I mean the guy was amazing, and it was funny. We all took a picture at the end, and I was standing next to him, and right when the photographer was going to take the picture, he grabbed my ass. Not in just a funny way, because he was just a funny guy, you know. And I go, "Whoa," you know, and he said to me, he goes, "I very much appreciate what you did today," and he was great. It was great, and that was the interview for Two Towers as well. That's why I brought it up.
Ah, wow, guy's brilliant, man.
Those guys, and to see him come back as Sala, I really hope that movie's
good. I mean,
well, I hope. Gosh,
is he?
That's when I was pissed when I was watching Temple of Doom. I'm like, there's no Sala in this. What the?
And what they did to Sala and Brody in Last Crusade wasn't very good either. You know,
I think Sala was still okay, but Brody got turned into a
joke. Yeah, I did not like that. Ugh.
But it was, I mean, working on these things, you know, Peter Jackson gave us total access on these movies, and he couldn't have been nicer. I mean, the special features and the extended versions wouldn't have happened, you know, without their total commitment. It was fantastic. I mean, everybody, because of Peter's lead, he made it so we got to talk to everybody.
By all accounts, a really good dude. Everybody says that guy is a good dude. In every interview, he talks about the fans. I put in front of one of my videos where it's at the Hobbit. He's going to the premiere of the Hobbit again, and he's getting like emotional in the back of a car. You can tell it's really affecting him because he saw this massive line. So they premiered it in the same place they premiered Fellowship. So they did it again. So you could tell he was kind of reminiscing a little bit, but there's just this huge amount of people there. And he's like, it's really gratifying to have this experience. I'm really grateful for the fans. Like something really simple, but really nice and sweet. And you could see it in his eyes. Like it really meant a lot to him. And that's the kind of stuff we don't see enough of nowadays, for sure. Thanks for being here, Robert. Robert's got the good stories. So,
well, I was just privileged to work. You know, I was lucky to work on with a team of people. The people that worked, the team at Curry Pellerin, there was like 30 of us. And even the people, like there's a girl who cut the audio commentaries, because there's 4. If you look at when you're editing something, you can see what's called a timeline. You can see all the edits. She spent months cutting those audio commentaries. And they were insane because how they were all edited and curated. Like for 4 months, my life was in New Zealand. We would get up, we would go to the Weta screening room, the theater, and record audio commentary. But we would do it, you know, people were laughing and talking. We would get through like 15 minutes of the movie each day. And then we would go after lunch and do interviews. Me and Susie Lee and Michael Pellerin, we just interview people. And this was while Return of the King was being finished, and so there was a lot of people. Mostly it was the tech people down there, not many actors. That's why we had to find actors around the world. But it was so much fun to work. Like I would go up to where Alex Funky was shooting the bigatures, like the Minas Tirith, and I would just watch like the camera shooting the point of view of fell beasts. Like there was one time I was standing in front of it's like 30 feet high, you know, the White City. And I'm standing there and there's nobody around me. And this big camera on a snorkel is going like down the streets Minas Tirith, getting like the POV of the fell beasts or whatever. And I'm staying there and I'm just looking, and there's nobody around me. And there's a bridge, like a bridge in the city on the model. And the camera is coming closer and closer and closer and closer to the bridge. And I'm looking around going, the camera's gonna run into that bridge. And like at the last second, somebody from behind me, from somewhere, comes in, grabs the bridge, picks up the bridge, and just it was all in one motion. This like whoosh, it was like magic. Watching these movies get me, it was like magic. And then the camera passes through the bridge, and the guy comes back and sets the bridge down. And I didn't even see him. Like he was behind me, but going one way. And that's what it was like down there.
That's that's how they used to do old movies like that, where you would go through a window or something, and the scenery would just like split apart and move just as the camera passed under it. I feel like they hit the sweet spot of VFX around about that time. Like it's so sad to think now, but like 20 years ago, that combination of bigatures and CGI that they could meld together to create these beautiful shots. Like, damn, they wouldn't go to the trouble of making stuff like that now.
No,
CGI makes people lazy because you can fix things in the future and say, well, it's not my problem, it's someone else's, and every single person along the chain all thinks the same thing until you get right
fix
to the
it in
end. Like,
post.
this is too much of a mess. I'll do what I can. And so that'll do.
I'm curious if they used bigatures in Andor. Now I know I'm in the minority because I enjoyed Andor.
Yeah,
I thought it was good. I mean, it's just set at the wrong time. I mean, I think it would have come out right after Mando. It would have been a hit. But.
You say bigatures, and I just think of little Ryan Kinnels. Just kidding, Ryan.
No, but you're right about that, Drinker. About I was watching the 4K of Starship Troopers the other day, and Starship Troopers had a really great combination. They built like the starships were big models. And then they had the bugs were CG, a combination of CG and practical effects, and that movie really holds up in terms of its VFX.
Oh,
because
fantastic!
Yeah. I mean, the thing about effects is it's how the shot is designed. You really, and nowadays so many visual effects are done in previs. You have a previs department designing, like the Marvel films have a development group, so they're doing visual development beforehand. A lot of the action sequences for Marvel films are designed before a director even comes on board.
Yep.
Yeah.
And in a way they're getting very generic in terms of because it's the actual shot. How is that shot designed? And it's really interesting when you go if you go watch Way of Water, Jim Cameron, from an action perspective, all the way back to Terminator, like Spielberg, knows where the best place to put the camera is for an action scene, from shot to shot to shot to shot, and because you can feel it. You look at the stuff in Terminator 2, or you look at the truck chase in Raiders of the Lost Ark. While there's storyboards used, Cameron and Spielberg, and to a certain extent Paul Verhoeven, like if you watch the cocaine factory battle when RoboCop comes in the first RoboCop, and there's a lot of use of wide master shots. And that's tough to do in action sequences because close up you can cover things up through quick editorial, but setting up a great master shot and making action play out is really hard to do. And a lot of directors don't know how to do that anymore.
They don't, and that's another. The one thing is this movie making is hard. It's very hard. This is a highly specialized industry, and they're trying to make widgets and cookie cutter it, and it's killing the industry right now.
Well, I think it's really sad to think as well. Like if you're looking at action sequences produced through VFX, to think that it's not even the director's own work. Like they didn't script that shot. They didn't decide where they wanted the camera to be. They didn't decide the pacing of it or anything like that. It was just a team of artists who did that. You're not even seeing a singular artistic vision there. You're seeing, like you say, Gary, just a series of components that have been pre-made, like a prefab house or something, just assembled later on. It's a horrible way to make a film.
But what do you think, Drinker, what do you think of the fact that you take something like Willow? I mean, we have Lord of the Rings, Jackson's Lord of the Rings series, which is like an epic. And then you get this Willow series from Disney, which you have a percentage of the scenes were actually ripped from other films. I mean, you had it where they stole from Brave. I mean, I'm saying they literally lifted scenes and changed a word. They stole
They're
from Young
sampling
Guns
now.
Part
Yeah,
2.
it's getting out of control. It's-
I think
theory?
I don't know whether to pin that on the writers or whether to pin it on just the directors and the whole creative team just having no actual creativity and imagination. I don't know.
Okay,
But,
we're
I've
not
never
talking about
seen
Lord of the
anything.
Rings right now, then.
no.
almost there. We were waiting for you, and I got like we just introduced Rob, so you know we're good.
Oh, I see.
Making good time.
Derek Rios for $49.99 is his first super chat. We'll be gentle. It says, "Merry Christmas to you all. Thank God Lord of the Rings was filmed in Hollywood before Hollywood went to complete shite. The Lord of the Rings books and movies helped me through the toughest time of my life, and they will forever remain the greatest trilogy of all time. Hail to you, and can't tell you how many times." And it's not to minimize yours, Derek. It's to show that you are not alone. That film series and those books, or somebody probably has one of their own that helped them get through the tough time. That's how escapism can be important and be helpful in the world. Doesn't need to preach us a message, or sometimes it just needs to take us away to, just for a minute, so we can catch our breath, so we can reset life a little bit, get through getting laid off, a death of a family. Sometimes we need to go to our little happy places, and the Lord of the Rings is a lot of people's happy places. That's why they got really mad when somebody fucked them. They got really mad. And Amazon found out that there's one fandom you can't buy your way into.
Nope.
Tolkien fandom.
They can buy the franchise, but they cannot buy the fans.
Cannot buy the fans. No way. Not this fandom. Disparu, welcome back. How are you, sir?
Hello, yes, always good to be back. It was interesting because I watched The Two Towers before Rings of Power, and I watched it yesterday for this. And if there's one thing Rings of Power has done, it's made you appreciate the originals even more. But it was really interesting when you were talking about the behind the scenes. You were interviewing the cast. The Rings of Power behind the scenes. It felt like they'd talk to people for a couple of minutes. Nobody really knew what they were talking about. There was no depth. There was no discussion about anything. And everyone just kind of glossed over it. There was even things like, well, we had to work out what the environment would do to the people. I'm like, what? We need to think about the story. It's like, yeah, all that is common sense. Let's have some of your insight. They were even bragging about how fast they filmed the action scenes because they were so easy to do.
Oh, God.
And it just seems...
Everything that was cringy, they were proud of. And like, yeah, I am proud of you. You did multiple videos on these things. I sat through them twice. I'm like, I'm just going to talk about them for 7 minutes. I gave myself 7 minutes. I never want to do it again. So go watch the videos.
It just seems like the exact opposite of the original movie. Even The Two Towers, everything in it feels effortless. Even like the emotional scenes just feel natural. And then you get to the Rings of Power, and everything comes across as forced, as if they're trying to be something that they're not. And I think it's a great... I like the comparison between the two to see where we were and where we've come to. Beyond sort of like the graphics and everything, even just the basic feel of the movie.
Isn't it lovely to know that basically all aspects of entertainment are regressing into a state of gradual degeneration and destruction?
We're going to look at we're going to look at Two Towers, and I was just watching it this morning, and Gollum still looks great.
Oh yeah,
Gollum still looks great. It's 20 years.
Mostly.
20 years. If you keep 20 years in mind, and there's certain stuff where it's like, damn. And like it looked better than that Thor: Love and Thunder shot. So, hey, welcome, drinker. Welcome.
Hey, hello. It's great to be back, man. Honestly, I can't believe it's been a year since we've done this. I still think about that stream that we did on Fellowship, and I was like, oh, it was just a few months ago we did that. That was good fun. And then I realized, damn, it was a whole year ago.
Boom.
Yeah,
I was in San Diego.
Yeah, gosh, things have changed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's any excuse to talk about Lord of the Rings and just relive some absolute classics of cinema like this. It's just an absolute privilege, and to do it with some of the finest people on YouTube as well. It's an honor to be here, man.
Aw, shucks, thanks.
Yeah,
we appreciate it. Say thank you, X-Ray Girl. I'm just kidding.
Thank you. Sorry. I was typing.
You can speak now, woman. And oh my God, I'm so happy to have this guy here. This guy, George, the Giant Slayer, is here. What's up, buddy?
Hey, my brother, what's going on? No, I mean, think about it. It's been a year and a half because you were the one who inspired me to get started in YouTube. So now it's a year and a half later. So I'm thrilled to be here. I mean, look at all these greats. It's you, Robert Meyer Burnett, Disparu, Drinker, MauLer. I can't believe it. And X-Ray.
I know we had that little talk. We had a talk in a hotel room.
Yeah,
we wanted to do this, and I mean, I can't even. I just said, just do it.
Yeah, that's what you said. Just do it. Just do it.
Yep. Yeah, and you're doing great. And now, like, you're getting cited in articles and stuff. That's freaking awesome. See, that's the power of this. Like, this is what the media is scared of. The very controlled media is we are the media now. We are the media now. And handle it.
And they don't like that, not at all. No. I mean, what's better than today? I mean, X-Ray Girl was saying, "Hey, you want to show up for Tolkien?" I'm like, "Tolkien?" First of all, it was like, "Gary, yeah, hell yeah, Tolkien, absolutely." I'm here. I mean, what's better to talk about than Tolkien?
So
yeah, no, yeah. I just no. It's beautiful.
Thank
you for having me. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Then I never talked to this guy ever. It's been so long. Hey, wait, I got a plushie. Oh, wait, back there. It's by Theoden. You can't see it, but
where he belongs.
I've got a ton of your plushies, but I'm gonna give some away. I got a bunch of doubles. So I can give some away to people.
I appreciate it. Was that hi?
Hey, Long Man. I watched most of that MauLer episode. That was brilliant takedown.
I don't understand. Like we made that one very quickly and casually for when we needed time, right? And I just dropped it out. It's like one of those popular episodes already. And I was like, wait, what? It's just because the guy we're responding to apparently is just like one of the stupidest people you could ever have found on the internet. He's like a brick. He'll listen to me say something, say the same thing I said in opposition to me. It's like one of the funniest things. But yeah. Nice reprieve to give a little watch through to one of the best movies of all time.
Oh
yeah. And thanks for being here. Excellent, good.
Oh, thank you. I didn't watch the movie, but I did watch Warhammer 40K lore last night. So
good. You're doing your homework.
Watch a channel called Luton. He does fantastic 40K lore.
I watched I think 2.5 of his videos at a very long shift last night.
But we have pretty soon to look forward to Cavill's 40K, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to get into it now. I've been resisting it for like decades.
He's got to play the Emperor.
Decades.
I can see him play it.
Oh
God.
My God.
If you get into it, Gary, it's very expensive. If you're
know.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
When you start looking, especially the models of the ships, the spaceships.
Well, it used to be that the miniatures were made of actual lead. Like they weighed a ton and they were super expensive. I think it's like some weird composite stuff now, but
lead particles.
Because they were like the old D&D figures, all lead. And they're like, oh, they're no good for your health. Well, everything that you enjoy isn't good for your health. So come on.
Plus, I don't lick them generally, so it's all right.
Not all the time.
Speak for yourself.
It's dumb.
Sometimes I get lonely at the weekends,
I don't know how it is now, but when I had my shop, you couldn't US couldn't make lead products, but we could import them from the UK. No problem. Yeah.
Did you sell a lot of D&D?
Lead, Doctor Who figures and Eagle Moss did these magazines with like these little lead figures that came out, and I could order all those, no problem.
D&D in your shop, Gary? Did you cater a lot to D&D?
No. D&D Warhammer. There was a game shop down the street, so I just sent everybody there because I didn't know anything about them. I was like, I was very specialized. Comic books, toys. That's it. Comic books, toys. When my sons came around, I started throwing up Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards, and when my son could be there and answer the questions. So that was it. But no. I felt bad. I had a lot of Warhammer people come in, and I'm like, I know you guys love it, but go down the street.
Well, here's a question. Now that Embracer Group has bought Tolkien, what do y'all think? You think there's hope in the future for great movies or series ahead?
No.
I was like, if someone wants to be the optimist, you go ahead.
No, but I'm saying
I'm not taking this one
because you have the CEO saying that he wants to make adaptations, whether they be gaming or in film or shows that were faithful, that he's seen the power of The
Well,
franchise.
I'll see it if it happens, and I'll be the biggest fan. That's what I said when Amazon got the rights. I'm like, if this is a good show, I will be your biggest fucking cheerleader and shill. Like for free. I will love it, and I will review everything positively. And it just didn't happen, you know. Like House of the Dragon coming out and paralleling with everything that's out at the end of the year and just schooling it all, like in storytelling and set design and costume and characterization. It had, to me, the best dramatic moment anywhere on screen when Patty came in that room, and it's just a guy walking down a room.
Oh,
Yeah.
so,
Well,
like that's
perfect moment.
Yep, that's you know, and I guess as pissed as I am at George, it helps to have the author around and involved in the show, heavily involved in the show, to say yay or nay. Certainly does.
Well, you just pointed out, I mean, I think you asked George about this new company that's purchased all the rights. The problem is you still need people to then make this stuff.
I mean, execute.
And, you know, yeah, the when Peter Jackson, I mean, he hired John Lee and Alan Lee and John Howe, two of the great Tolkien artists that had been creating beautiful Tolkien artwork for years, brought them in as the production illustrators. You know, and nowadays, as we heard on Rings of Power, they got rid of one of the great Tolkien scholars. And
Chippy.
Yeah, because he didn't say what they wanted him to say.
He was complaining because he's like, you're poisoning the lore.
I've watched my next video. I got why he got what he was fired. He was fired.
Do you think
you have to find people, and I think nowadays there's this weird. And I don't understand it. Everybody wants to change these classical stories to quote unquote update them with modern sensibilities, which
for a modern audience, you might say.
But which defeats the purpose of adapting things in the first place.
I mean, I could go on at length about that, but I won't. But I mean, do you think realistically the culture in Hollywood just doesn't exist to be able to do classic heroic stories like this right now?
I don't even think they're understood. I think there's very few people that are working at the highest levels creatively that understand why these stories have endured for as long as they have.
But do you think the fact is because they keep hiring bumper sticker slogans that breathe and go to the bathroom instead of actual talent? I mean, they're hiring people who will carry their water. You know what I'm saying? Instead of creatives, when you have them copying and pasting scenes, instead of, hey, come up with something new, something fresh, something original.
The issue you've got when it comes to like heroic stories is there's like there's a set of morals and principles which underpin everything that needs to happen. And if you don't have writers which actually have those values themselves, they won't understand. So it's like people on Twitter at the moment, they're preaching to other people's morals and they're like, why aren't you standing up for this? It's like, well, they're not yours.
Yes, he does. So yeah, I agree. It's a combination of things. I think the politics, the agenda of Hollywood is kind of the baseline for the failure, which is it's over corporate. There's too many people. There's too many damn cooks in the kitchen now. And there's still talented people in Hollywood, but they're getting drowned out and pushed out. And we're not seeing them anymore. And some of the big shot callers did get kind of either Me Too'd or pushed out the door. There's a very big difference between real creep Harvey Weinstein, who has committed a crime and has been convicted and needs to go to jail, and then there's I made a joke that was misinterpreted at a party, right? But they conflated it all, and I did a video on that as well. I thought those were pretty almost good article in the New York Times. They missed the point at the end, but and people I've talked to, I'm sure Robert's talked to plenty of people, and people I've talked to are right now it's a lot of keeping my head down, just keeping my job, right? And I understand that to a certain extent, but it's gotten so bad. It's now the conversation is open, but as far as like understanding heroism, that's a long way. Remember, it was I can't remember where the article was. It was 5 years ago, when Warner Brothers basically said, I'm paraphrasing, I don't think we can make a Superman movie. Nobody really wants that. Nobody wants it. He's too Boy Scout, blah, blah, blah. That same crap we've heard for decades.
Well,
I do.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do wonder, like, how much of it is an excuse. Like, I want to do my thing. I want to put my story forward. This is what I've been dreaming of doing. And so updating it for modern audience is the excuse they use as a way to basically put their own ego in charge, and so they can get rid of everything that came before and change it. Because if you look at a lot of the things, it's like it always comes along with their kind of view. And I do worry that it's gone so far that it's not just going to switch back. They're not going to go, oh, we're going to do heroic stories now. I think we're going to go through a period where you're going to have a mix. And so they're going to try and satiate people while still pushing their own stuff. And so you end up, because Russell T Davies has spoken about this, he's like, we need to do good stories while also talking about these kind of issues. And I think you're going to end up with sort of a grey middle area for a while.
I think you're right about that. It's just that the one extra element is that, you know, like Top Gun Maverick, I think that does actually surprise them. They're like, whoa, people like that? You're like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
I think it was that much. I think some people thought they would like it, but I don't think anybody expected the kind of, you know, being the biggest movie of the year.
Well, I think there's a great lesson in Two Towers as far as adaptation is concerned. Like, for instance, the Battle of Helms Deep does not take up a lot of real estate in the book.
No.
And so Peter Jackson decided, like, you know, he made a lot of changes in Tolkien's books for his movies, obviously Tom Bombadil being one. But what he did was he still looked at these books and said, okay, how are we going to make this cinematic as well? And he looked at the Battle of Helms Deep, for instance, not a lot of space there in the book, but he thought, okay, I can make this very cinematic because we have to make a movie out of this as well. And there's a lot of poetry and there's a lot of songs and there's a lot of things in Professor Tolkien's work that wouldn't necessarily make for the greatest film. So a great filmmaker, when they're adapting something, they have to be smart enough to say, okay, what can we take out of this and do something great with it? And the Battle of Helm's Deep is one of the great showstopper battles in any movie ever. And that was a change, well, in terms of emphasis that Peter Jackson made. So it is possible to adapt these great works and still retain the spirit
But he did
what was originally there.
But you did, Robert. He did. He held on to the heart of Tolkien. He changed a lot of things. Some that I really loved, some that I didn't like. But you're right.
But yeah, I think that's what I mean. That the heart of Tolkien is in the that heart is pumping through these three films.
I think it absolutely is. And you know, I think with something like Helm's Deep, it's a perfect example. It's a perfectly paced and perfectly staged battle for the cinema because it takes the time, first of all, to build up the stakes, to give you an idea of the disposition of the different armies, to set up the actual geography of the battlefield and so on. So you get a really good sense of like, okay, what are the different areas? Where are they going to fall back to if they get pushed back? And so as the battle then unfolds, you get a really good sense of how they are losing. Inch by inch, like section by section, they are losing until they've been pushed back into the very center of the citadel. That's all they got left. And so I think it's perfectly staged for a cinema production. And I think this is probably why The Two Towers is my favorite out of the three movies, because it's a escalation of everything that you saw in The Fellowship. You know, you've now established the various players in this. You've raised the stakes. So whereas before you had the battle in Moria against the cave troll and so on, it was a great little battle as well, but it was small scale. This takes it up to like the next level, but it's self-contained and it has a really satisfying resolution. Like all of the things in it work perfectly in harmony with each other. I think when you get to something like the Battle of the Pelennor, it's a little bit more messy because it's so huge. There's so many things they have to use, and the Army of the Dead is a little bit of a Deus Ex Machina. I know it's in the book, but it's overdone here. This is the one where they just got everything perfect, and I so appreciate it for that.
Don't tell I'm on hand, just saying.
Well, I agree, because in the books, remember, you had the people, the women and children, they went to Dunharrow. So I like the way that Jackson brought them all at the Hornburg. And he was showing that everything is in peril. It's just not, Aragorn and Theoden. So there were a lot of decisions that he made, which I was like, wow. I mean, not saying that he improved on Tolkien, but he highlighted what Tolkien, I think, was trying to get to, especially when you're relaying it to an audience. Well, how many people back then especially had read Tolkien and knew what was going on? I mean, you need to be able to communicate this to, John and Jane Q. Citizen, who had no idea.
That's what they
how many... there's so many great through lines through this movie as well. Like, obviously, we could talk forever about the, Sam and Frodo and like the Aragorn and the others like pursuing the hobbits that have been kidnapped. Even something as simple as like a couple of kids from Rohan. They are displaced from their home at the beginning when the orcs attack. Their mother sends them on their way on horseback. They arrive at Edoras to report on what's happened. Then you see the little boy getting put into armor for the battle at Helms Deep. Like, it's a through line that goes all the way through. And then they get reunited with their parents, like in the caves. It's a brilliant through line for these characters that you don't even get their names, but they just give you a brilliant sense of where this entire country, this entire people is at.
Go child.
Yeah. But it's simple, but it's like there's more thought put into their like little story arc than you get at probably the whole of Rings of Power. Like, it's just true.
There's a point in this movie, and I've talked about it last well, that was a year ago, so you probably forgot it. But there's like a masterclass in characterization when they hit Rohan, when they hit the Rohirrim characters. It's like 6 minutes, and you know who everybody is.
Right.
Absolutely everybody. And like they set everything up. Wormtongue comes out, and you're like, holy shit! Like, they're characters. They're like real life characters already in a matter of minutes. That's how it's done, and it's just a basis, and then we get to know more. But man, and Theoden's my boy.
Simple stuff like the standard that's hanging off, at Edoras that rips off the wall just as Aragorn and the others approach, because it's tattered and it's neglected, and it's just like it's gives you a sense of this whole place. It's in neglect because Theoden is no longer the man that he was. He's been corrupted by this thing, and everything's just been left to rot. Like, it's just cool. It's a lot of thought went into all this.
Well, you hit on a great point there, because think if he was to try to translate how that happened, instead of having Gandalf the White go and like, I'm going to draw this from poison, I'm going to draw it out like poison. Because in the books, you had him where he basically explains to everybody, because Saruman hadn't possessed Theoden. He just had a bad 10 years. His only son was killed in battle. Everybody was attacking all of everything that he ruled over. So again, Jackson, and many times, just summed up perfectly for the audience to explain in just a few moments everything that was going on. I really love this film.
Something that I really adore about this movie, particularly out of the three, is something that was set up, ready to go in Fellowship, but just absolutely nailed, and I think was an excellent choice, is the chemistry and comedy that comes from the trio of bros, basically, right? Gimli, Aragorn, Legolas. Feels like this movie really cranks that up. I absolutely adore the relationship the three of them have, and it really, I think, assists Helms Deep to balance the sort of tone, to have like the combat of who's getting more kills, but also how much they work together, how much they care about each other in the middle of, it's like a more personal thing that's happening in the middle of something much more grand, especially when they save each other's lives so many times.
Well, you get the progression between the three movies, don't you? Like, between Gimli and Legolas, like it's a very much a rivalry, a distrust in Fellowship. Then it's becoming like a competition, almost like a friendly competition between the two of them in Two Towers. And then by the time you get to Return of the King, that's when you get that great, I could die side by side with a friend line, and it's earned. It's so earned. That line. Yeah.
That's why I like the dwarf tossing moment and everything, because he's about to jump into something that he may well die doing, and his only concern, don't tell the elf. And then he gets saved by Legolas right at the very end. I actually like the escape more than anything else, because they were doomed at that point. They had no way out except for a guy who's like, please, just don't tell him what you had to do.
Dude, our heroes have been heroic as hell in these movies.
Oh, yeah. They were
Folks,
heroes.
I apologize. I have to leave the stream, but I want to thank you for having me, Gary. And it was great to stream with all of you.
Thanks for coming in for as long as you could, Robert. We appreciate
I can't wait to watch the rest of you talk about this. So
great to meet you, Robert.
And I've been a fan of all of your videos, especially when you guys do deep dives into lore. I mean, I can't say how many hours I've spent watching MauLer's videos, but great work, everyone. And it's been an honor to stream with you all.
Cheers, Robert. You can find it on the John Champion Show and the Burnett Work. Go check them out. Thanks, buddy.
I'll see you later.
See you soon.
Bye.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
So we got a question here, and I love RMB unconditionally. That's what nerds. Robert has always talked to us. never had a question about it, never felt bad about it or embarrassed about it or worried about what his friends are saying. He's always talked to us, and that's what we're trying to get back to. Like, seriously, that's what we're trying to get back to. So hail RMB. So Bobby Harding for 20 Canadian pesos. What is everyone's favorite scene in The Two Towers? Mine is when Treebeard sends out a call and leads the last march of the Ents to Isengard. Chills every time. It's a good scene. Thank you. Merry Christmas and Tolkien forever. Amazon never. Hell yeah, brother. Woo. No, I'm not going to go. We're not going to go over the movie like we did Rings of Power. Like, we're not going to be here for 8 hours.
we could quite happily do that, to be fair.
Right.
But yeah,
we could, but
Scene by scene.
no, I think we'll,
maybe
I
we can
love it
all,
when
we can all pick different scenes. We'll do our best, is it? So,
yeah.
I love
Yeah, I
when
mean,
Theoden. I love when Theoden goes in now for wrath, now for ruin. That last ride, you know, when he's
Yeah.
like, that just always gets me.
Oh, where's the horse and the rider?
Yes,
Oh, dude.
yeah.
that scene just.
That is so good. Oh, that might be. Well, there's so many in this one.
I think the bit where Gandalf and Éomer lead the Rohirrim cavalry on a charge down the hill against the orc army, and the music is just perfection at that moment. Oh God, it's so well done.
You feel it, don't you feel it? Drink. It's like you feel it in your bones.
Well, even
like,
in that moment, right up until when the sun comes up and it blinds the orcs, they could be like riding into certain death, but they don't care because they're riding to their king.
Yeah.
Perfect.
To choose something, I guess, a little less conventional, then, not on the hero side, I think that the power they give the villains in this film, right? The my lord, there is no such force, and then we slowly move out, and Saruman, Christopher Lee delivering such a powerful speech to this huge army of Uruk-hai that even Wormtongue is like, holy fuck, like, what is this? And the camera panning across the entire army. We know that's coming for Helms Deep. Excellent job to make us feel like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
I like this. The Sam and Frodo scene where he's like, there's something in this world worth dying for, the stories that are passed down.
Very
That's it's like a message that not only applies to real life, but it goes back through previous scenes. Like the ride out scene, he's kind of given up, but it's like, no, if you're gonna go out standing on your feet. It's sort of a theme that goes through the entire movie that I like.
I like that because we need more of that, especially in films today. Yeah, definitely.
Heroism. Remember that? That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh well.
see that guy on the picture behind us there? That's a man. I used to like seeing them in cinema. They were cool. They were something to look up to. You don't see many of them these days either.
You picked
That's
up
why
my
when you-
favorites, so I'll pick a little quiet moment when Theodred is dead
Oh,
and Theoden's alone in front of his grave, and that they're holding that little flower. Right, all right. It's fucking like, and he's just like full of regret. Let his son down. Just a little. That's the kind of moments that make this real, and you feel it, and like it's part of Theoden's whole arc in this is just epic. It's Gandalf, obviously my favorite character, but like he has the best arc in the series by far. Mm-hmm. And like the tragedy of Gollum, I think I always end up like. You feel just bad for him. You just feel bad for him. Hopeless addict.
Yeah.
To be able to balance, like, and it's a lot of this is down to Andy Serkis's performance, but to be able to balance the monstrous and the pathetic simultaneously, so that you feel repulsed by him, but like
feel sorry.
You feel sympathetic to him at the same time. It's a hell of a thing for an actor to do, but yeah, he absolutely nails it.
And Serkis, man.
I do think Frodo is a bit of a div, though. When he's like luring Gollum into those people. It's like, every time why don't you just tell him? Why don't you just tell there's people up there, I need you to come with me. Just trust me, it's fine. But he doesn't even tell him about the guys, and that's what he sees as the betrayal in the movie.
No.
Frodo,
We feel betrayal anyway, right? Like, because the thing is, when they grab him, they bag him, and then they start beating him up and stuff.
Well, yeah, but they try and convince him afterwards that he was trying to save your life. He may have seen it from their point of view. If he's like, look, there's no way out of this. You can run. They're probably going to shoot you. I'm trying to negotiate. I think if it explained it a bit more, it may have gone better.
but he's so
Maybe.
connected to the ring that he's not really, even though we have Smeagol in there, that he's not going to believe him.
Because he's jonesing. Because he's like, what?
Well, yeah, I think even if that betrayal hadn't happened, like the closer they got to Mordor, the more Gollum, his personality would have taken over anyway.
Yeah,
He
it's
would
hard
have
to
felt-
believe the
Haters and conies.
Right. Well, there's
Yeah.
something that Jackson had Sam call him continuously Stinker, but in the books he had a nickname for both sides of his character. He used to call Smeagol's side of Gollum Slinker, and then he was like, the Slinker, the deceptive one. And I think that would have shown a little bit more of how he was viewed, because he also was in the books a little bit kinder in certain instances, a little bit nicer. They hinted at it in the movies, which I thought was really good.
Yeah.
If I could, like, just almost an honorable mention, I think one of the favorite scenes for Rags, he said, was this extended version. Of course, the correct version. You get the scene in why am I? It's not Osgiliath. No, where are they? Sorry,
did you say something near Osgiliath?
Yeah,
it is
Osgiliath,
the
right?
ruined city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Osgiliath,
Sorry,
yeah.
my brain's melting. Is Boromir, Faramir, and Denethor, right? Like, you get, in a matter of about like 2 or 3 minutes, you get everything you need to fully understand their family dynamic.
Oh, and that wasn't in. That's an extended scene.
It's not in the theatrical. It's one of the. It's one of the many scenes where you're like, you didn't have this in the theatrical. But it's like, yeah, we couldn't fucking fit everything in the theatrical. It's possible.
Hey, Drinker, have you seen that scene?
Yes.
Just making sure, Drake. Just making sure.
I had to go back and rewatch like that. Oh, yeah. But I got there in the end. It only took me about 20 years.
It's okay. So,
It's the same thing with me.
Drinker, we talked about this last time. The beginning, the recap,
Yes.
the recap. How do you like the
Balrog bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to stand by my original assessment of that, in that I felt like I didn't want it because I feel like it undermines the surprise of Gandalf coming back later in the film. Because you're not going to show something like that to your audience unless you're establishing in their minds, hey, Gandalf's still a thing that's still relevant to the narrative. And you don't specifically see him die when he falls off that ledge. It's like pretty heavily implied he's going to be coming back at some point. So personally, I wouldn't have put that in. But that is just me. And I know
I might disagree with it just shows what happened when he fell and that Frodo's been thinking about it. And then he's having nightmares thinking about his mentor being dead.
And I'll just say it's fucking metal. That whole scene.
So
it is metal,
yeah. Hell yeah. That. And I think you had to start it that way because it starts so quiet. They go in with, but I it's fine. I'm sure
I loved. Yeah, I mean, I loved what it cuts into. Then is like the two of them just kind of wandering in the wilderness, and it's like, oh, okay, like they're falling upon hard times here, and their grand adventure has devolved into just slogging through the rain.
Right.
So yeah, it's
But Tolkien, funny enough, used that wilderness area of Ellen Muin. He said it reminded him of the choices that not each character faces, that each human being faces. He said it was psychologically like how you have to deal with life. Which path do you take in life? The left, you go right, you go straight ahead. He wanted the people who are reading to feel that. I really love that.
Can I just say as well, I fucking adore the Balrog's design.
Which Rings of Power copied.
In all of movie making.
Which Rings, they copied it directly, Rings of Power.
I love because you obviously get more of a history of it in the book, but even then it's still kind of mysterious as to what it is and what its true form is. Like, it's just this big monstrous being of fire and shadow as it's described. And I just love this idea that it's just this horrifying demon. It's like, where'd it come from? Don't really know. It's been around forever.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you read the Silmarillion and you find out what they are. But I think anything that does look exactly like a Warner Brothers new line elf, I'm pretty sure Amazon has to license that.
Really?
Yeah.
But then I still want to know how they were able to copy Durin's Bane and slap it into their series. Just straight up, just said we want this.
Did you see the production art in the making of that? The elves had long hair in the beginning.
No, I didn't see that one.
They did. They had long hair in the beginning. A lot of things were different in the beginning.
So tell me, it was Salky who changed it, right?
My next video.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it. Obviously.
Even if you look at the extras that they cast, like when you get to the Battle of Helms Deep, a big legion of elves show up to help out, and they all look like elves. Like, they obviously cast models, they cast like tall, slender, beautiful looking people who just have that kind of almost ethereal look about them. And they're not even featured people. They're just in the background. You see them for a few seconds. Yeah, that's it. That's all they are. But like, they got that right. Even that attention to detail. With Amazon, they couldn't even cast their main actors and make them even look remotely like elves.
And compare even such basic as the fighting, because in the making of Rings of Power, it actually says, "Oh no, we started from a baseline that they were an elf, and it changes how they move." Like, that didn't come across in Rings of Power at all. But in this, they fight like they've been fighting for thousands of years. These are masters, from firing the arrows to I think it's in the first movie, like the intro scene where there's a big battle and they just all start slashing away, and
they're like a machine, aren't they?
They all. I thought they were dancing.
It's like they're cutting down weeks. They've been doing this forever.
I thought it was.
They even died in a early fashion.
Yeah.
Come on, Rings of Power look like a 70s disco. Like, they were just moving.
That's what I mean. Rings of Power, when they're fighting that in the first episode, and like, what on earth? They're just dying. These are people that are supposed to be masters, and they're just getting slaughtered all over the place. It's light and day.
I know. Yeah. It's crazy what they did with it. Come on, they didn't even have real armor. They had, what was that, underoos with scale printed on it?
Yeah, it was just painted on.
Oh, don't remind me.
This is my favorite shot. Is when they
that's glorious.
That's so fucking awesome. I can't believe that. Oh, that's fucking great. I can't. Right after the stream, watching the entire trilogy in my home theater. Fuck
hell yeah.
It's Christmas.
I think that's another one of my favorite scenes when he's explaining to Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli how his mind went out of time and space. When he's recalling when he's laying in the snow. Do y'all remember that?
Yeah.
After he died. I love that. Wow.
He didn't die.
Well, reincarnated. I don't know. What would you call it?
I mean, in the books, he didn't die. They just nursed him.
He's essentially sent back, right? Like he's
because he was out for 19 days, I think, in the books. Then
he was brought back to health in Lothlorien, but in the movies, I don't know. I mean, I
like that scene.
I think it's good that they keep that kind of vague.
He says he's been sent back to complete his job, right? A job that was supposed to be done.
Yeah, so he's very much on borrowed time now. He's just like,
I even think there's enough in the movie that he says he's basically running the job of Saruman, that he has failed. Like, I'm running what he's supposed to be.
He becomes Gandalf the White, doesn't he?
Like,
that's the idea, because Saruman's like consumed by like fear, right?
Well, he's consumed by his lust for the ring and by Sauron, because he was using the Palantir. He didn't realize that he was prideful. He didn't think that he could be. He thought he could outwit Sauron. Like, he ain't going to be able to control me.
Yeah, there's that conversation in Fellowship, right? There's only one Lord of the Rings, and he doesn't share power.
Share power. No. I like, in Fellowship how they had to, by the way, but kept the time vague. Right, because there's 17 years,
right,
between the birthday and Gandalf coming back. And
well, what'd you think of that, Gary? Do you think they should have put that in there for people to realize that? I've always asked that of people, like, that's 17 years. Do you think that was a good choice?
I think it worked. It worked enough. We're still talking about the movies in 20 years. So, like, for all the Access Media articles that try to pick this apart to defend anything else, we're still talking about this movie 20 years later. It's a classic.
I've always felt those very criticisms of those like different articles and stuff are always evidence of how strong the movies are. They pick on them for some fucking bizarre shit. You're like, oh, I guess there isn't anything substantive for you to talk about in terms of flaws. Like, which is, that's fine with me. It's like, I've always thought they were pretty good. So it's nice to know you do too. When you're like, yeah, but look at the orcs. Don't you see the problem?
Yes, they're coated black. I'm like, oh, well, how are you looking at the orcs, dude? Because I ain't seen them like that. But
no.
Okay. Lee Harris for $49.99 says, hello, Gary, Drinker, MauLer, and lovely X-Ray girl. I mean, screw George and Disparu, I guess.
Guys don't get a mention.
To watch and hail the Fellowship, and finally for Frodo. Thank you, Lee Harris. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. There we go. So I guess here I got another one. All seasons greetings to you all. Have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year from Hangry is Angry. for $30. Thank you. And speaking about elves fighting, Fingolfin is the sheet. Yep.
Oh, yep.
Absolutely. Well, I'll never see that part.
Here's a question. Has anyone heard, I've heard this rumor go around for years, that Jackson supposedly has an extra 30 minutes per, to tack on to the extended editions.
There was,
oh my God.
There were rumors that at the, was it 10? I wish Robert was still here. It was either 10 or 20 year anniversary that there was going to possibly be another cut of
that's what I was hoping. That's what I heard.
The fact that Warner Brothers didn't make this happen shows how fucking dumb they are. They're just dumb.
Money on the table right there. Just grab it.
Yeah, you could probably get the crazy mega ultimate edition of each movie that's 5 hours long and just cut them all up into a mini series or something and just release them that way. People would eat it up.
Yeah, release it in theaters and then in streaming. It would just to make you money for the cost of re-editing a film, maybe some light special effects. But this isn't the Snyder Cut. This is the fucking Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Look, when Star Wars did this 20-year anniversary, kind of worked out for him, didn't they? It helped fund the freaking prequels, so it was a smart move. And I don't know if you guys recall, maybe you were too young, but 1997, the lines were as long as they were in 77 when that movie was re-released.
Oh, yeah. I was there in the morning.
Yep. It was freaking nuts. And everybody had seen it. But it was the 20-year anniversary. Everybody wanted to relive it again. It was one, and then we saw the special editions. We kind of went,
that's the thing, right? If you just add scenes and don't ruin anything, then it's all right, I'm ready, I'm game, do it. If they said we have fixed the CGI in Lord of the Rings, I'd be like, uh-oh. What does that mean exactly?
Don't. I just
at this point we're just you know what, just don't touch it. Actually, yeah.
I love it. It needs no changing. I'd like it more.
So here's that part where they're setting up the Uruk-hai, and then so real quick, we're going through Rohan and the hill clans. They set up real quick that the Rohirrim have kind of chased them out. So they're Saruman gets them this all happens in a few minutes. It's we're going to set this up. We're going to raid some villages. We're going to make some Uruk-hai. Here we go. It's fine. It just
Gimli being this is no rabble of mindless orcs. These are Uruk-hai. Their armor is thick and their shields broad. It's ooh, this is scary. Then it's very scary. The army is super threatening. It's what helps Helms Deep as an action set piece a lot.
I think you see them as well, how they can essentially keep running all day long. There's just no stopping these things. They've got superior strength, superior stamina over other orcs. It's good stuff.
I love the bit where they're chasing the Uruk-hai, and there's just Gimli at the back who's knackered. I haven't eaten in days.
We dwarves are wasted over long distances. We're natural sprinters.
Yeah.
Again, dude, they kick it off so fast with getting to bind those three really, really well. The Fellowship is completely sectioned off now. It's so we got to start working on the chemistry between each of the groups.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Great job.
Yeah, it's a lot like Empire, except before Empire.
Because you get when Éomer first meets up with them, right? Legolas almost hair trigger defends Gimli's honor pretty hardcore, and even Gimli's whoa, dude.
Yeah, chill.
Thanks though.
This again, this is one of my favorite. When they're setting everything up. And the Battle of Helm's Deep is a big part of this movie, but it's not, it's not all of it. There's so much.
Dude, it's not even close to it, right? It's 10%, possibly.
Yeah. I mean, we make it sound like this massive battle. They spent plenty of time shooting on it, but it's not. This version is 3 hours and 55 minutes long. Does not feel like it. Avatar 2 totally felt for every second of it.
Really?
And quite bold to intercut Helm's Deep with Merry and Pippin trying to convince the Ents to go to war, right? That could be a risk if you think about it, because you're high entertainment, high stakes, everything is just top notch, and then, hey, come on, trees.
I can get it though, because it's like if the action just is continuous for a good like 45 minutes, it just becomes exhausting, and so I can get why you need to break away from that occasionally, just give the audience a breather.
And it allows you to create some comedic, almost editing. Do you remember when it like harsh cuts back from Tribute saying something to Gimli standing between two of the ladders as the Uruk-hai are coming up, and he's just individually knocking one off each side.
17, 18,
19. Fucking great.
Dude, Brad Dourif being in this, being Wormtongue is fucking epic. Like he in his little scenes is just fucking steals every moment.
You have to say it every time Lord of the Rings is ever spoken of. The casting in this is phenomenal throughout. The people they chose for each of these roles, holy shit, guys, nice job.
Right?
Yeah.
Most definitely. I mean, have you ever seen Dourif in Deadwood? I mean, the actor is a legend.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Great show. Dude.
He's great here. It's just like he looks like he hasn't seen the sun in like 6 months or something. Like his hair's all greasy. It's just like
he's typecast as a fucking freak. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
You want to see Alien Resurrection? That's like the first time I remember him, and I was like, "What is this character? Like, you want to have sex with aliens? Apparently, I don't know what's going on."
Okay. Oh wow.
He's listening to Rohirrim Goth and cutting himself a little bit. But yeah, dude. All right, so and we go. Okay, the elves. We need to discuss the elves at Helms Deep. What did they all die? Did they all die?
They seem to be killed to the last man, yeah, because you don't see any of them after that.
No.
They weren't even there in the books, were they?
No,
like that was just addition for the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't, because yeah, this annoys me a little bit actually, because in the books it kind of implies that the defense is actually pretty strong by itself. Like the Rohirrim are prepared for something like this, and they do have a lot of forces there.
2,000, yeah. It wasn't like 200, it was thousands. Yeah.
So it kind of makes it seem like they're a bit like incompetent by themselves and they need the elves to help them out. But I get why it was done to, like, you know, bring them in, remind us that they're still a thing.
It was. You get the impression, though, if the wall hadn't breached, they would have been able to defend.
Yeah, that's the big moment that changes everything. Like, you remember Theoden's sort of attitude is like, "Ha, we've won," and then the wall blows, and he's like, "Holy fuck!" You know, like,
it's great how you get that, because you get to see everyone's reaction to this fucking gigantic explosion that obviously none of them would ever have expected, and they're like, "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah, like, what's a bomb?
Yeah. Why is there fire everywhere all of a sudden? Where's our wall gone?
Oh, but that was a great scene when you had Grima, who's like bringing the candle. He's like, "What is that?" He's like, Chris really the sour muscle.
Pushes it back.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. I just did love as well when it's like, you know, they've planted the charges and you see that one orc running in with the torch, and Aragorn straight away can sense the problem. Like, Legolas, shoot him! Just fucking shoot him now!
He has no idea
You
what
have to
it is.
wonder.
That's bad.
You have to wonder at the end of the fight where he's like, "Man, funny you hit him in the head, you know."
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay.
It's like
you seem to be. You can hit everything else except that one guy.
The one time you fumble it, Jesus.
Imagine if they made this scene today, right? It would be taking the old mother and leaving the boy behind.
Yeah. And like you would get shots of her like with two battle axes, like cleaving orcs in half. Like she would be the best fighter ever.
Yep.
I'll show you how it's done, boy.
Yep.
What do you think about dwarf tossing? Do you think Aragorn would have been able to today to toss Gimli when he's like, "Don't tell the elf"? He's like, "Toss me across."
Peter Dinklage would probably veto that scene.
Absolutely. It would have to be a tall person with forced perspective and a woman, of course. Shake from Hunger Team has gifted 5 Nerdrotic memberships for $25. Cheers, Shake. And Chronicles for 20 British pounds says almost all my favorite podcasters in one place. Wow. Hey, I like being that, like just being here is good. I'm good. I got a lot of my favorite people here too.
It's the equivalent of like touching base every once in a while, being like, "Remember the reason why we were all very passionate about all this?"
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the stuff that like inspired and entertained. I remember.
Yeah.
It's I know, surprisingly enough, we're not haters. We actually love this shit. I like, this isn't green screen behind me. That's a real thing. So yeah, we're here because we like this stuff and we'd like to like it again. Like that would be my preference. Not be embroiled in all this BS all the time. But here we are, and I'm part of it, and I'm about it. So,
well, think about all the movies that have brought us together over the years in all types of groups: Goonies, Time Bandits, Beastmaster, just any number of films that you would enjoy growing up. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, but now it's
good.
like
It's good for the soul. I think every once in a while, just to talk about stuff we actually love.
Well, and not to kind of, this is like bittersweet, but just like when Lord of the Rings came out and I saw it, I was kind of young and I was like, holy shit, the power of movies. We're in such a good position. This is gonna get great. Like the more time goes on, the better it'll get, right? We kind of peaked, didn't we? I genuinely remember having the feeling of like, oh man, I can't wait to have so many more of these as time goes on. It's like, no, I didn't realize how lucky we were to get what we got.
I'll ask that question. I mean, like 2002. Think about this. Like what came out the year this came out. We got a Star Wars prequel. We were around the time of a Star Wars prequel. We got Spider-Man. We got it wasn't
The
Chamber
Matrix,
Chamber of
Resurrection.
Secrets, Chamber of Secrets, Matrix, and this movie.
Yeah.
I think Phantom Menace 99, 2000 was it 2002 for Attack of the Clones, 2005 for Revenge of the Sith. So
yeah, that was Attack of the Clones. So never mind. But
yeah,
but Star Wars, Harry Potter, and Lord of the Rings were all released in the same year, and a Spider-Man movie.
That was a great year then.
Was it Gladiator or Ghost in the Darkness also in that time? I just remember that.
I think Gladiator was 2000.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
it was a good time, and it just like MauLer said, it just kind of felt like, well, technology is only going to get better, like budgets will get bigger and stuff. Movies will just keep getting better. We are living in the true golden age where they can adapt the books and the things that we used to love. They can do them justice, and we can all enjoy them together. And wow, were we naive?
Right? I mean, like when I walked out of this. When I walked out of Fellowship, I'm like, I just watched a classic. Like that's GOAT. I mean, for the first time, a bunch of these movies, I just walked right back in the theater. I just went out, got some popcorn, peed, and walked right back in. So, how many classics have we seen in just the last 10 years? I mean, like, we'll be around in 50 years. We'll be discussing them. Mm-hmm. Oh, Firefly was in 2002. Awesome.
Can I say as well, Star Trek Nemesis was in 2002.
Wow.
Hey man, we didn't say the world was perfect, okay?
Yeah, like the Lord giveth and taketh away.
I was looking at like Dog Soldiers came out that year. I know it looks a bit. I love Dog Soldiers. There's just some great
fantastic.
Queen of the Damned. That was a good movie.
Oh, of course you bring up Queen of the Damned.
Never. Good. I could say Hot Chick. That was a good movie.
I watched that in the theaters in Vegas with Melissa.
Are you talking Dog Soldiers Disparu, the one with Tom Berenger, or is this another?
No. Dog Soldiers is the werewolf one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's got like Sean Pertwee and
Liam Cunningham in it, right?
Must be thinking.
Yes. Yeah. I did an interview with the director actually. Just fucking loved that movie, and they had an absolute blast making it.
They look like it. I still remember it's like, what if it's like you need to pee? When you've got to go, you've got to go. No, maybe it's just like taking a shit. Really, like you can hold it for a while, and they're discussing like basically killing their friends, but it's still joking about it.
I think Spoon is legit the best character in pretty much all of cinema. Like, he's got the best death scene ever.
But like, yeah, sure. There's like movies we like, but even just in the last year, it's been a year and a day since No Way Home came out, and I love No Way Home. It's a fun movie. I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it a classic, and it will be remembered and it'll probably be picked apart, one of those, but we just don't have them anymore. We're getting less and less. And yeah, there was COVID and they stopped releasing movies, but we're not going to get movies released at the rate we were before. We're a long way from it because Hollywood is 50% off. Their global totals.
Our frame of reference has changed as well. Like what used to be considered mediocre is now fucking spectacular because the general standard is so low now.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it felt like back then we used to get some great among good, but nowadays we get some mediocre among awful, or if we're lucky, we get a good one, which is like, oh shit, it's really sad. Like whenever I encounter, be it a game or TV show or movie that's really good, it's usually a surprise now. Didn't used to be like that. I used to watch stuff and enjoy it and be like, yay, this is media. Nowadays, I'm like, oh my god, did you guys hear? This thing isn't cringe. Oh my god.
Yeah, and our standards are so lower that if we get a good father story, which is great because we don't see them, it's like finding a unicorn. You know, people like it. I totally understand that. I do. I'm a sucker for those too. But man, there's a good father story. There's so many good stories within this story, and we're talking about a middle movie here in a trilogy.
Yeah,
that can't be watched without the other two, but it's still absolutely my favorite if I have to pick. Now I don't just watch one. Like I never do that anymore. I don't just watch one. If I watch pieces of this now, I have to go back to the beginning and start because I don't know, something just calls at me. It's like, okay, it's time to stop and spend some time with Lord of the Rings. And yeah, I think everybody not everybody. I think a lot of people do it around the holidays because this was released during Christmas. And think about like the cultural impact this has had. What if they released them every 3 years like Star Wars? I think it would have been even bigger. I think it would have actually been even bigger. But there's no way they could have filmed. The reason this thing worked is because they filmed it back to back, and it was just lightning in a bottle. And if you have to buy the Blu-rays. We had Robert Meyer Burnett on. Best special features of any movie ever by far. Thorough, and there's so much more out there he talked about. But it's a masterclass in how you pulled together a classic. And the baseline was respecting Tolkien, was not putting our messages in, hey, I even have a clip. Let's watch that clip. It's a good clip. Let's do it. Where's Peter? I saw Peter.
It's so apt, though. I almost get teary-eyed whenever I see that. I'm just like, why can't directors now be like this?
Did you have some kind of mechanism, in a sense, so that you could make sure that you were true to Tolkien?
Well, we didn't want to put any of our own, certainly in terms of the thematic material, we didn't want to put any of our own baggage. I mean, we had no interest in putting our messages into this movie, but we thought that we should honor Tolkien by putting his messages into it. And we thought he cared about things. The countryside and the rise of evil, and he cared passionately about certain issues. And we thought what we should do to honor him is to make sure that what he cared about ends up in the movie. That's what we tried to do.
Well done.
It's amazing as well because like a lot of people might assume it's like, yeah, but I won't be appreciated as the auteur if I make it all about Tolkien stuff. And it's like, Peter Jackson was lauded for this. Like people are like, what's he doing next? What's he up to now? Oh my god, it's Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films, the Jackson films. That's what everyone refers to them as. Like facilitating the sort of accurate and faithful adaptation still gets you a shit ton of points and respect.
But that's the whole thing. It's having the modesty and not the ego to think that you're bigger than the IP, which is what a lot of people think they are now. I've taken over this property, now it's my kind of show. And I think when it comes to stuff like baseline principles, a lot of what Tolkien talks about, yeah, they were his values, but they're also universal values that apply to most people. It's like good father stories. That's a baseline issue. If anything, being a bad father, there should be a point to that in a story because that would be the unusual thing. Most fathers care about their kids. And so when you start going the other way all the time, that's what comes across as unrealistic and doesn't really speak to people because it's not how they would behave.
I think this is what you get now where there's almost a hatred of traditional values like that and traditional heroism, traditional storytelling, and the values and the ideas that people like Tolkien espoused, the writers that are coming up in Hollywood now that are nihilistic, that are they grew up with like 5 mums or something, like whatever garbage nonsense they live their lives by. It's like that becomes what they want to espouse, and they instinctively hate people like him and everything that he stood for. And it's like what we need to do now is to tear that down. We need to break it down and rebuild it in our image so that it's suitable for this fictitious modern audience that we've created in our minds, which really is just us. We're writing for ourselves to make us feel better about our own lives. That's what they're doing now, and well, you can see the results in pretty much every piece of media we get now.
But it is something that's odd, though, if you think about it. It's like they buy these IPs, these classics, and then when they start failing because they've changed them, like you said, they don't reflect and go, well, wait a minute. I messed with something that's worked for 80 plus years.
Because I know, but I think they just see it as a temporary setback. They'll just see it as, well, they didn't accept it this time around, but if we just keep hitting them with this same stuff over and over again, eventually they'll crumble and they will give in and just accept this is how storytelling is now.
Gotcha.
It's just going to take time.
What do you think of the idea is like the whole blind guy with the elephant that you're holding onto part of it and you don't know what it is? If you don't have these values yourself, I'm not sure you can even appreciate them. Like, if you look at Top Gun, they'd be like, oh, well, that's a message to them that's what they want. I don't think they know why that was a success. I bet if you asked them, they'd say it was nostalgia. We need to put more nostalgia in. We need to reference what was in the past. I don't think they understand the values as it is. And so unless you hold them yourself, I'm not sure they could even write a heroic story because they would always make them dark.
I totally agree. I don't think there was no nostalgia for Top Gun. It was memed for the volleyball scene and Kenny Loggins, and people liked the movie. Remember it in the 80s. It was really popular. I think they just made a really fucking good movie with real jets.
That was cool. Yeah.
They did that, and they had an aging hero that wasn't a joke. And I think those things play so fucking well for audiences. It's just a universal idea of like the aging hero that's coming back for one last hurrah. It's great. Like it's always worked in storytelling, and we've had none of it in over a decade. I think heroes of the past until Top Gun Maverick, they were portrayed as outdated relics that were just there to be laughed at, and it was there to be moved on. We needed to let the past die and move on with our brave new world that we're creating. And this was a film that dared to say, hey, nah, you know what? Maybe the previous generation's got a thing or two they can teach you before they go. Maybe they're not so useless after all. And wow, who knew?
Who knew? Tolkien's Lord of the Rings is still a boss after 75 years. Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings kicks ass at 20 years. Amazon's Brown Rings of
Oh my god!
Great memories of your family. Sean Godley for $20. That was great.
What's interesting is the strange middle ground, I would say, if you can call it that, between Jackson's Lord of the Rings and Rings of Power being the Hobbit trilogy. That's it's interesting to talk about, right? As the sort of a touchstone of what was that, what happened to that. It wasn't terrible enough to be permanently recognized as this horrible thing that exists, but it's also not anywhere near good enough to be remembered and referenced as a great thing.
I had a really interesting conversation with a guy who worked on that. He was like not a VFX guy, but he was like one of the sort of part of the technical crew there. And he worked quite closely with Peter Jackson on all three movies. And he said like he was just really downbeat throughout most of the shoot because he knew it wasn't, like his heart wasn't really in it. He was kind of brought in quite late in production, and he knew it wasn't going to be up to the standard of Lord of the Rings. He didn't want to do 3 movies with it, and he was just kind of... It's like he knew he was laboring on a losing battle, I suppose, but he was resolved to do his best with it. And...
I think
feel bad for him.
Wasn't it Guillermo del Toro who was shooting it originally?
Yeah, and he. I
never knew why he left.
I'm going to spoil a little bit for my next video. He was fired. He was fired. It was a shit show. It was a complete shit show, and they let him announce. I mean, that's not unusual in Hollywood. People get fired, and they're like, they left the project, creative differences, scheduling conflict, blah blah blah. Blah. He got fired.
Gotcha.
He got fired. So that Peter Jackson was being the good soldier and doing what the studio wanted. And they had this agreement because it was between Warner Brothers and MGM at the time. And did the best he could. I'd still rather watch it.
The Rings of Power made me appreciate The Hobbit.
But like, I'm not going to sit there and argue that it's a good film. Great soundtrack, some pretty good performances, some pretty good costuming, some pretty kick-ass scenes, but like nowhere near Lord of the Rings. Come on. Lord of the Rings is my safe space. The movies kept me company and helped me sleep while I was waiting for a back operation in 1994. Read the books every year from childhood. Amazon can
Go get fucked.
go get fucked. Thank you, MauLer.
He meant 2004. He did an additional.
Oh, he meant
okay,
2004.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
was gonna say, watching Lord of the Rings trilogy in '94. Let's take some doing, man.
Good job, sir.
Yeah.
Well done, time traveler. I read the books. I found a paper book back of The Hobbit and Fellowship, and then I had a hunt in the prison library to find the books, and I read those. And I read like towards the end, like 3 or 4 books over and over again. One of them was a collected Frank Miller Dark Knight thing and Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit towards the end. Silmarillion was earlier. That's when I was like locked up all the time. And yeah, it definitely took me away, and it was great. It finally got me to read the Silmarillion. I had to be in prison to read it because I tried when I was younger and I couldn't do it. But yeah, like I said, these were a lot of people's happy spaces, and Hollywood does not respect like the gift that escapism can be a temporary. You never want to fully go into it, but for a reprieve from any personal pain we're in, and they just don't think about it. And that's when they actually do some good in the world, is when you're reprieving somebody from pain, or you take them to their happy place. That's fuck your messaging and your agenda. That's where you're doing good in the world. You're bringing people together. I always tell this story. I was with my friend William Selby and Melissa's dad, John Wagner, the late John Wagner. Were talking in my comic store one day, and they were just talking about old nerdy stuff that they used to like. One of them was the hardcore of hardcore leftists, and the other one is the hardcore went to Vietnam veteran, helicopter pilot, and they were just chatting it up and having a great time talking about nerd stuff. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be. And we've lost that now, thanks to Hollywood. For now, we're hopefully we'll get it back. So this scene, we talked about it earlier, but this, fuck, man.
Yeah.
There's the horse. I wish I could play it. I really do, but Warner Brothers is such a bitch about copyright strikes. So we'll just talk about it. Like especially when it says the days have gone down in the West, and I know the meaning. It's a poem. I know the meaning of it from the books, but then it's got a whole new meaning today, doesn't it?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And go on, Trigger. Sorry.
No, I mean, I'll get back to the meaning behind the poem and stuff in a sec. It's just, in terms of the framing of the scene, the delivery of the lines, the idea of like this man knowing that this is probably going to be his final battle, and he may be fighting a hopeless war, but he's resolved to do his duty right till the end, and he's, getting dressed up into his best armor. It's a beautiful scene.
And he wavered. There is a bit where he's like, "This is it. This is over. I'm just gonna." Let's see what happened. This is just before the ride out, right?
Right.
No,
Yeah.
this is
the prep for before the fight.
Yeah, so this is
okay.
when they're getting
I was-
getting ready to leave, or they're getting ready to start the battle. Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting ready to start, and he's just like, "What the fuck? How did it come to this?" I love like when he goes, "How did it come to this?" It's such a great intro to put into every Lord of the Rings video, but it doesn't get old.
No,
but it's there's this slow build up to the battle that and what Peter does brilliantly is like, this really is hopeless. I've read the books. I know how it ends, and I'm like, oh, how are they going to get out of this one? It's like that's how good of a job they do. I know some people don't like the decision. I do. With the Eye of Sauron and not
Really?
him in anything. I think that was a brilliant, like just the thought of him leaves it to our imagination of how fucking evil and powerful he is. It's like not seeing the shark in Jaws. I think there's a lost art of leaving just enough breadcrumbs for our imagination to fill in how bad a bad guy can be or how scary a monster can be.
You're more overt villain and classic villain type in this is obviously Saruman, right? Like,
Yep.
He's played by Chris Philippe. For Christ's sake, he's like one of the best villain actors in history.
And to think that there's somebody worse than him out there, which is really cool.
Yeah, and as we know, that person is Halbrand.
But were you saying, Gary, that you think it was better in the book without the eye, or you think it was with? I didn't get what you were saying.
No. I like the decision with the eye. I do. But the books are better. The books are. I mean, like, I love the Peter Jackson trilogy. Don't get me wrong.
No, I love it. I love it. That's why I was just.
Yeah.
I get the need to give him some sort of manifestation on screen that you can show the audience, because, yeah, like as you say in the books, he doesn't even have a physical form that you get to see. He's just this presence that seems to be everywhere. And yeah, he's described as like an all-seeing eye, but like it's not an actual physical thing. It's more just like his
who he
spirit.
is.
Yeah, like his malevolent mind sort of existing within within Mordor. But yeah, I get why they had to do it for the movie. They had to give him something.
And they were going to put him in originally at the end.
Yeah.
There's a scene you can see on YouTube.
Well, when he fights the troll, that was basically Sauron originally.
That's Sauron, yeah.
Yeah.
I love the original version. Like when you first see him, it's in his
Fair.
Anatar of his fair look, and then he just melds back into Sauron. I thought that was cool, but yeah, we'll never see that.
But it's interesting now that the way Drinker just said it. Now we got Halbrand. I mean, when you compare the two. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, not to mention that Mordor was crafted essentially by the crazy hobo band. Like, don't tell me this shit. Like, I don't want to know that. Like,
and Galadriel caused all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to go off on a massive tangent where we rag on Rings of Power, but I'll just say, like, it had this. But it's so easy. I know. Well, it has this amazing ability to make the most earth-shattering, epic events seem mundane and cheap and small. That's what that show did. Yeah.
Well, how did they all survive the volcano? I'm just this little.
An origin of a volcano is probably the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like,
one of the
volcanoes can just go off, they do it all the time. No, we have to actually show them sparking it.
Again, there's implied to be this link between Mount Doom and Sauron's presence, so that like the stronger he becomes, the more the volcano erupts and stuff. That was just. It was never explained explicitly. It was just this, like, tenuous magical connection between the two. Now it's like, no, we have to show this stupid, contrived mechanism to flood the Mordor and then make the water go down to the volcano and it blows up. Like, why are you doing this?
How stupid that was. Like,
if fucking Sauron goes, like, in full Sauron form and goes, I'm going to make a volcano. That's like, still stupid, but I would buy that more than, like, no, it's some guy who really felt bad for some
orcs.
Own white orcs.
They just wanted a home. The Hobbit even contradicted that.
Understood. Do you know we have names and spirits? And then they made a Rube Goldberg, game. Hey, you push this button here, and then click, 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 click. Great magic.
But the Harfoots even say that volcano goes off whenever there's evil in that area. And like, so do they just keep dumping water in? Like, what's the story behind that?
Oh, kill me! Like, why? It's not fair.
Yeah, there's a story behind this failure. Believe me.
Is Two Towers where they have the drinking contest between Gimli and Legolas, or is that
Return of the King?
Return of the King. Okay.
Yeah.
I did like that bit though.
I did.
We probably do it. They'll do this every year, but. We go from left to right of pick for the favorite out of the three, because I always forget what everyone picks. Obviously, Drinker I know said Two Towers.
Yeah.
All right.
2 Towers.
So Gary first, I guess.
2 Towers.
Yeah, it'd be 2 Towers for me because of the I like the battle the most.
I think mine is still Fellowship, but I've talked before about how it fluctuates whenever I rewatch the trilogy. So I fucking adore all 3 movies. So yeah, I'll stick with Fellowship for now.
Mine is Fellowship and 2 Towers. Yeah, pretty much the same. I go back and forth. But I really enjoy. I just really enjoy the way the council and everybody coming together, and just the first few, the first moments of the Fellowship.
Yeah, I love establishing the Shire and how the world was before everything started to go to shit. And the coming together of everybody, and my man Boromir, just loving it.
I think Fellowship is the best made movie, right? I think like if anyone was deserving of Best Picture, well, they all three deserved it. Period.
Right.
But the first one did for sure. I think.
And
that's-
that prologue. I love the prologue. Come on.
Yep.
Oh, with Galadriel, the real Galadriel.
Hell yeah.
Planchette.
Did what about X-Ray Girl? What was your?
I like the first one the most. I can watch that the most out of all of them again and again and again.
Wow, so
Although,
we got a even split 3v3 on 2 movies. Paul, Return of the King sitting over there in the corner.
I was gonna say none of us probably obviously none of us preferred that over the others, but like even if we were to watch the extended edition of that, we would fucking love it.
Absolutely,
Like that's a
Oh,
mark of how
dude.
good all 3 movies are. Like
The ride of the Rohirrim, the speech. That's like my favorite scene in all 3 movies when Theoden's out there.
Yeah.
There are several incredible moments in Return of the King. Yeah.
Oh my God, when they show up, it's like, whoo, I'm ready to go.
or when
Hey,
Sam,
well, it'll
Sam
be,
picks up Frodo and carries him up Mount Doom. Like,
Oh, God.
It'll be a year, and we'll talk all about that, right?
yeah.
In 1 year.
I still remember though my shock at the start of that battle where you're like, I don't think I'd ever really appreciated the impacts that a cavalry charge can have until you see something like that. And I'm like, yeah, they probably just ride in and fight. It's like, no, we are riding over people. That's got an impact.
Oh yeah.
Well,
and it was done
the
so
fear
well.
in the Orc's eyes is great.
Yeah.
I love the scene where you had Gandalf riding on the horse and he had his staff and you see the light coming out. Do you remember that when he was on?
When he's
Yeah.
when he's protecting the retreat from
Right.
Osgiliath.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Music for that is just.
Can I say as well, like just to jump back to Two Towers, like the first time you get to see the Nazgul on their mounted, their winged beasts, that they ride. Again, not to make like they fly now jokes. That's what they would do now if this movie was made. But yeah, when you see it, it's like holy shit, everything's escalating. You know, everything's becoming more dangerous. The battles are becoming bigger. The enemies are becoming more dangerous, and yeah, brilliant.
I would have loved to have seen Tom Bombadil. That's my biggest
there is.
bummer. But yeah, beautiful.
Well, they bait you, right? When they first show him, there's a chance he's actually on a horse because they show him saddled and just moving, but then they zoom out and it's like, oh my fucking god, what the hell? He's like a dragon.
Okay, when I like the one part in this book that creeped me out when I was way younger was the dead marshes.
Oh
yes,
marshes. I thought they
Pretty
did
creepy
that.
in the movie too. I remember being like, what the fuck?
Pretty well.
Not to go back to Amazon because who doesn't want to rag on them? But the fact, what bothers me is that Jackson did this so well, but they're going to have to address that when they have the last Alliance of War and Men, if they get that far, which I'm hoping they don't get past season 2 personally, and they buy out their contract because they don't want to be ashamed. But you actually would see the Daggerlad battle, you know?
Yeah. But it's not going to look anywhere near as good as the prologue to this fucking Fellowship.
No, I know.
And that's the sad thing.
They're going to have no budget by the time they get.
I know. Well, look what they had to do with that scene where Bronwyn is giving a speech to everyone, and it's like fucking 12 people that they just copy and pasted everywhere to try and bulk out.
You know,
imagine what this is going to be like.
What are they going to do? Stick figures by that season? Like, okay.
One of the insiders told me, how in the fuck do you have an Iranian mother with a Filipino child whose father could be Puerto Rican?
Yeah.
It just doesn't,
they're like, they don't even try anymore, you know? And again, this is somebody who worked on the fucking show. So,
hey, when Saruman is attacked by the Ents, right? That's probably a scene that's worth mentioning in terms of absolute crazy scale, and that's considering the clip you played, that would be on theme, right? That's nature versus like industry, where the industry annihilates the forests to build whatever it wants, and then the trees literally fucking kill it out of revenge.
Yeah,
and then it's drowned in water, right? And Saruman's just panicking.
That does give me the one ironically funny scene that obviously you're not meant to laugh at it, but it's like when one of the Ents gets set on fire And when you see the water rushing across Isengard, he just kind of goes like, bumps his head.
That's supposed to be funny, yeah.
Everybody was laughing in the theater when that happened too, like in a good way. That was hilarious. But like, let's talk about Treebeard and the Ents, because that could have gone just horribly wrong.
Yeah,
because they look like they're made almost with practical effects. Like, I know there's bits where like Merry and Pippin are sat in Treebeard's arms, and so that's obviously a big animatronic thing. But like, they kind of look like something out of Neverending Story or something. You know, they hover right on the brink of being goofy, but they get it right, I think, with the Ents.
Treebeard looks pretty great. Some of the others they can look a little dodgy if you get a good look at them. But yeah, I think Treebeard is. They obviously focus more on him. He's voiced by John Rhys-Davies, right?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Wow. After all these years, I didn't know that.
I think they just digitally like mess with his voice a little bit.
I had a friend who just could not let go. He bothered him so much. I'm like, why? Who cares? Like,
what? That he's voiced by Ghibli? Is that annoying?
Yeah,
to him?
it bugged the shit out of one of my friends when he was young. I'm like, dude, let it go. It's fine. It's different. You know, it's a little
tree. I am no tree.
But like a singing, walking, and talking tree, and like, you know, we didn't get Tom Bombadil, but this is pretty close to Tom Bombadil, but they pulled it off. I thought, especially with that last march of the Ents, that music, holy shit.
I like when Treebeard does that. You know, when he does that yell after he's like,
well, it's great because you get such a long build up to, because obviously the whole thing with Ents is it takes them a really long time to speak to each other because they're fucking trees. And so like they discuss this whole situation for like days on end, and they're like, nah, we're not going to help you. And then as soon as they see all the trees being cut down, it's just like, fuck it. Like, war now.
And I love the way that they actually wiped him out as well by taking down the dam and there being a flood. Like, they're actually playing to their strength, because this is something they live through all the time. So of course they can just like grow the roots in the soil and they'll be absolutely fine. And everyone else gets destroyed.
When I was younger and I was fistless, I always thought it would have been funny that like after all this is done and Saruman with his Palantir calls up Sauron and he's like, mate, it ain't looking good on my end of things. And then Sauron's like, what happened? He's like, trees. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean trees? What? Like, he's like, listen, you go ahead, you deal with this because I'm out of ideas.
It's like trees everywhere. Send orcs now.
Send fire.
That was beautiful. But see, that's passion. Everybody on that set, I mean, that they loved what they were doing. It wasn't just a paycheck.
No, they became kind of a family. Again, watch the if you got some time, you're just chilling, watch the behind the scenes there.
You know, we were just talking about things that were left out, and we got Tom Bombadil and stuff. I don't know if you remember from Return of the King, right? Because they didn't have this in the extended cut either. When they had to get the army from, like Rohan over to Gondor for the Pelennor battle, Aragorn ends up making contact with these, like, I don't know what I'd even describe them as. They're almost like Neanderthals that live in the forests, and they have to like show the army the right way to like pass through their lands so they can get there in time. Again, like, that was never mentioned in the movie. I don't know if any of you guys remember that. If like you,
it wasn't. I don't think so.
No.
But it's the same way, Drinker. They didn't do the Scouring of the Shire, which when I went to see it, I was like, okay, now we're gonna see it. But Two Towers, once they whacked them, I was like, nope, that's it.
Yeah,
that's a big controversy for Lord of the Rings fans, right? Whether or not they should have done the Scouring of the Shire. And it's an obvious, like, I'm assuming there's commentary from Peter Jackson as to why it wasn't in there, right?
Yeah, he said he explained it. He was like, the studio thought, and it sounded in my the way I read him, it's he wanted to do it, but he said there was just so many endings. They were like, how many endings are you going to have?
Because it's going to add at least a good 20 minutes onto the end to try and get all that resolved. That's a hell of a lot on an already massive movie. So I can see why it wasn't used. It wasn't.
Yeah, the studio saw it as being anticlimactic. That's I don't agree, but that's the way it is. So, and I Saruman's death scene was actually done pretty cool in the movie.
Every time I just have to mention, why the hell wasn't that in the theatrical, Peter?
In the theatrical cut, I know. It's like, oh shit.
Wooden stake through the heart.
I got it.
Beautiful, dude. That whole scene is fantastic.
I don't even remember the theatrical cuts. It has been so long since I've seen them. I think the last time I watched them was because they would release the theatrical theatrical cut. I can talk first for DVD, and then you'd get the extended version later. And I have like every version. I've kept every version. I've got VHS copies. I've got the little gift sets that they gave you with the little bookends and the golem statue. I still got those wrapped up. I got it all, man. I love this shit. And that's probably the last time I saw them. So what was that? 2004, 5, or 6, or around there, you know. Let's read some super chats. You want to read some super chats? You want to answer some questions?
Hell yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
But what would be your favorite scene? What would be your favorite scene out of all 3 movies? Like if you had one.
Well, that's not even fair to ask.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a science team and several.
I have to rewatch them all.
Yeah.
Oof.
I think the one that gets me every time, just on that gut emotional level, is when they're trying to ascend this Mount Doom and they both collapse like Sam and Frodo just looks up at like this towering volcano above him. Right. And starts to crawl up the slope because he's so destroyed physically. That's all he can manage, but he's still that determined to keep going. I think for some reason that scene just gets me like every time. It's such a simple, like 10-15 seconds. It's over really quick. I just really love it.
Yeah, mine is the bridge, but there's just one moment after Gandalf falls where I think it was Boromir where he's like, give them a moment. Because you can see they're all shattered. Just that second when I saw that in the theaters, you know, when Frodo turns around, you just see like, man, he's just going to break. It was just that moment.
Yeah. Oh, Theoden's speech at Pelennor Fields.
Hell yeah.
That's just fucking epic. I also I think one of the best acting jobs is like a really short one, and it's Carl Urban discovering Eowyn, and he just screams his fucking head off, and he like the dudes can like you're like that guy's a pretty good actor, you know, because that's pretty convincing. And I thought that was really cool.
I always end up talking about the Boromir dying for Merry and Pippin. Gets to me every time hugely, and the first thing he says when Aragorn gets to him after defeating Lurtz is they took the little ones. It's like I believe fully when watching that movie that Boromir cares more about them than most, just because of the fact that they're like the most helpless. He was a man through and through who just wanted to defend the helpless.
Yep.
And I love that shot. There's so much about it, so fucking perfectly done. But when he's first shot, realizes, oh shit, I'm probably gonna die doing this, and then looks at them, and then it's like, fuck it, that's worth dying for.
No, they really did a great job with Boromir, like convincing us all like this is a man just riddled with not guilt, just dread, because he's been on the front lines. He's seen the shit that none of the Fellowship has seen, and he's like, I just don't see hope anywhere. Even when, you know, this is the real power of Galadriel. When she gets into him and goes, I see you're hopeless, but there's still hope. And he's like, what? Hope? What? And it breaks him. Like that's, they did such a good job with that character. Oh,
and we had real Galadriel. Real Galadriel.
Yep.
I really like the end where you kind of get the sense with the hobbits that they go through the entire movie and they don't truly appreciate, like, they know it's tough, they know it's hard, but they don't truly appreciate what they're actually contributing to other people. They're a bit kind of happy-go-lucky all the way through. And then you get to the end where they in front of Aragorn and they go to bed. It's like no one bows before you, and then the king goes down in front of all of them, and everyone follows out. It's like the humility between people, which I don't think until that moment they actually truly approve. Like, we have basically saved the world here, and everyone is grateful. I like things like that where you've got a kind of a rank and people respect it, but it's like, no, we actually value you back, kind of thing.
Beautiful.
Right on. Did we get everybody? What's your favorite scene? Did Drinker say? Yeah, Drinker said.
Yeah, I did, man. Yeah.
What about X-Ray Girl? You got a favorite scene?
I mean, you guys mentioned a few of them, but the one that, like, it's not from the second movie, but there was a moment when the Merry Pippin was across, hiding under like trees, and then Frodo and Sam were on the other side, and they were looking at each other, and you could see Sam and Frodo being like, "Don't do it," and then Merry Pippin like, "We're gonna let you have a moment so you can run and do whatever you need to do," and they sacrifice themselves. And I thought that was like probably one of the most powerful like friendship. We're gonna do this for you. You keep going. I thought they were gonna die at that point, but they didn't. Thank God. But yeah.
Somebody in chat mentioned as well, and like let's give this an honorable mention, is Gandalf's speech to Merry about death. In Return of the King, just that like when they're facing certain death themselves, like the orcs have almost overwhelmed them, and
it's no ending. No, it doesn't end here.
who could you imagine anyone apart from Ian McKellen delivering that?
No. And they wanted Connery, I think, in the beginning.
Yes, they did.
Thank God they didn't.
They did.
He just didn't understand it.
Well, I just think you couldn't have separated Sean Connery from the role, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't be seeing Gandalf. I'd be seeing Sean Connery playing Gandalf.
He would have just said, "Shut up, you pussy." Slap.
Someone's getting hysterical again.
Death isn't the end.
Yes, death is the end.
Oh man,
It'll be worm food tomorrow morning. Bob Aiken for $20 says, "Just happy to see Robert Burnett once more gracing the hallowed hall, and it was great to have him here. Hail, Robert! I got to meet him in person for the first time a couple weeks ago, which was great." Mexican Iron Man for $19.99 says, "Oh, what a lineup! Shout out to this amazing panel of Lord of the Rings experts." We're just fans, hey, some of these guys know I'm no expert on anything.
I'm not either.
Cadero for 20 Canadian pesos. Star Trek II Wrath of Khan is our Christmas movie tradition. That's a damn good tradition.
Yeah,
that is a damn good tradition. And I was in the Ricardo Montalban Theater. That was epic. There's big pictures of Ricardo Montalban everywhere. So
best Star Trek villain ever.
Come on.
And he's got the best pecs ever as well. Star Trek.
Hell yeah. Real or not, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't care.
Doesn't really matter. Bradley Burnett has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Thank you very much, Bradley. And the Grizzly for $50 says, "Amazon doing Warhammer makes me worried." It should. I know we have Cavill who is trying to protect the IP, but Amazon is going to try to shove all of their woke nonsense in it like their Rings of Power disaster. I dread to think what happens if it becomes popular. That's what you need to worry about, because I think what you don't want Jennifer Salke involved creatively. You don't want her. You just want her like signing the checks and like letting it go, and then it might be like Reacher or Terminal List. But if she inserts herself into the show, like she did with the Rings of Power, and a combination of that and some bad reboot people being bad reboot people, then you will get a fucking woke Warhammer. And people go, "How could that happen?" Hollywood can make it happen. I promise you. The one thing I will give them is they will try to make something woke, no matter what. And they try even harder with stuff as they see with like the Rings of Power. That is something the activists had been circling for years. They thoroughly dislike Hollywood. Their baseline is they don't like the messages and themes that are in Lord of the Rings. And as Disparu pointed out, and the ones who might not necessarily hate them, they don't understand them. They don't understand the concept of good versus evil. They don't believe in that at all. So it's really hard to make something not believing in that. I always bring up Independence Day. Great movie, great speech, but I always thought the aliens were kind of like, well, they're one-dimensional and stupid, right? But then you see Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which is like all-time classic fucking movie, and you have a director and a creative person who actually believes in UFOs, and then you had a director in Independence Day who is a complete atheist and doesn't believe in just pure skeptic and does not believe in UFOs. And you saw the difference. That's your difference in respecting the source material or respecting like what you're making a movie about. So that baseline in Hollywood is heroism is dead. They don't understand it. Like, and yeah, they're going to need somebody like Henry Cavill. We need like the strong creative vision who believes in this shit still, which is almost impossible in the corporate age of Hollywood. So yeah, it's a recipe for disaster, folks. I hope Henry got screwed. Henry got absolutely screwed. He was born 10 years too late. And as everybody said, he should be starring in everything. He should be James Bond. He should be fucking Superman. He should be in his own action series on side of that. But he's just bait and switch now. That's all he's used for, and he's tired of it. Oh, you see the leak that went around about him?
God,
the Witcher one, where they.
Yeah, I have before this, I had literally never heard a single report of him being difficult to work with on anything.
No.
And suddenly this comes out, like,
It's
I'm calling bullshit.
I mean, think about it from their point of view.
Yeah, like of course you'd be difficult to work with the people who made fucking Witcher.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know the lore.
Yeah.
He's not difficult to work with. He disagreed with them, and they interpreted that as being difficult to work with.
That's what was my response to Jeremy on Twitter. I said, I can completely see a bunch of intersectional twat waffles, I believe that's the term I used, misinterpreting work ethic and respect for the lore as toxicity. Absolutely see that.
But why do you think they threw out that that he was sexist or something like that just to slam his name, like to put that Hollywood stink on him? A little
Probably,
bit of a Me Too?
I think probably a little bit as well, like maybe because he's lost the role of Superman, there's almost a sense that he's vulnerable now, and it's like, it's safe to attack him finally because you were too much of a pussy to go at him before, but now you can.
Gina Carano, which, I mean, that makes him fucking cooler. But
what a power couple! God damn, I know. Wouldn't want to fight them.
Like people on Twitter unironically say that as an insult. I'm like, really? Because shit, dude. Anakbaman, abuser of Streamlabs for $50. Thank you. Yes, escapism can help us all through tough times. But how do I deal with the coming back? How do I deal with coming back from escapism? How can I live without Pandora? I better hire someone to teach me how to walk. The Mary Sue article hurt my soul. Yeah.
Come back from Pandora.
Did you guys not see? Oh, MauLer, I'll bring that article up on the real BBC. You guys, there's a Mary Sue article about post Pandora depression, and one of the suggestions they tell you to do is go out and take a walk.
Go and touch grass.
Was this, wait a minute. Was this like a Babylon Bee style?
No,
like
Mary Sue article.
Oh my!
I know
God.
Mary Sue, but they weren't serious. Like this was kind of like tongue in cheek.
No,
not at all.
Dead serious.
Wow.
I mean, this was a meme 10 years ago when the original Avatar was out.
Yep.
And it's like people were taking the piss out of that. Like, now, we're doing it again, right? Okay.
Man.
I did not experience post Pandora depression at all. I was elated to be done with that movie and walk away.
I was going to say the depression came for me during the movie. I guess I got it wrong.
I haven't seen it yet. Did it feel like it passed quickly, or you like felt the time?
I felt every minute of that.
That fucking second act was killing me. I couldn't handle it.
We were seeing your tweets when we were doing open bar the other night. Oh no, was it open bar?
Yeah, it was open bar. You were on open bar.
Yeah, no, it was something like Jeremy saying like, "Oh my god, this is fantastic! Like, brilliant story, great visual effects, like a classic of cinema." And then it was you just saying like, "That was 3 hours of my life. I'm not getting back." Garbage.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys fucked up. You're supposed to have the same opinion. God.
I know. We didn't. We didn't get our phone call from Steve Bannon that day, so kind of went on our own. See what happens when we go off script. Taker 610 for $20. I'll see Avatar: The Way of the Water on one condition. During one last action scene, they must play my favorite Italian dance pop hit, Eiffel 65's "I'm Blue." Dada D in the win best soundtrack Oscar from that alone. Maybe, I don't know, dude. You would have to replay it like 50 times towards the end of the movie because the end is people complain about the Return of the King's ending, which I love every.
I'll defend them to the death every last
day. This one, Avatar could have cut out an hour of the movie, and I'm not kidding, an hour. That's a conservative guess. I would say like it could be more than that. Yeah, like it was funny when I hit the midpoint. I was like, in retrospect talking about it, I was like,
So I could see this being the calmer times, like say 10, 20 minutes, and then we'll probably get back to like the main plot. I didn't know we'd go for a whole hour of just messing around. Started to feel like a tech demo. Like, look at this technology, isn't it amazing? It's like, it is, James, but I was here for a story, though.
I'm going to be seeing it tomorrow, so
Oh, yeah?
you're not filming me
the
with joy here.
technology is brilliant. Like, it's top notch. But like, I would like to see that in a science fiction, like in something we haven't seen. I know the plants look a little different and the animals look different, but I've been snorkeling in Hawaii, and quite frankly, I got a better story. So yeah.
Gary, is he on his game? Is this James Cameron from like Terminator 2, or is this
Dark Fate?
Oh,
Dark Fate.
I was hoping you'd say something like that, because I was about to say, fuck no. This is not the Cameron that I fell in love with. Hell no.
Okay.
People got mad at me for bringing up his personal life. Listen, I don't care about his personal. It was just a joke when I said he's got 5 ex-wives to feed. Okay.
I think the third act absolutely tanks that film. Obviously trying to remain spoiler free here. Go have fun, drinker.
Yeah, I'm sure I will, MauLer. I can't wait.
3 hour, like, okay, if you're the kind of person who partakes in some like hallucinogens or something like that, it'd probably be the greatest thing you ever fucking seen.
Yeah.
Bad Andy for $20. The old man losing his arrow during the pre-battle buildup. Brilliant. Oh, absolutely. My favorite scene, and it still gets a chuckle out of me every time. Yeah, poor old guy.
I don't know why he's acting shocked though, because he killed an orc. He should be celebrating. Like, good shot, man.
and remember the super fan who said she wasn't represented because she had one eye.
Yeah,
she's got double representation in this trilogy. She's got the old man, and oh my God, why am I? It's not Gothmog. Is it Gothmog?
No, it is Gothmog, yeah.
Gothmog, yeah. Gothmog.
Oh, well, and let's not forget Sauron. He's only got the one eye.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah, that chick doesn't know what she was talking about. Oh,
you talking about the chick with the googly eye?
Yeah, because she had a glass eye.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
George, how
is this all the super fans that have never made a single video relating to Lord of the Rings before or since?
Right. It was the guy who was like, I know exactly what Sauron needs. We'll just need to get him to fall in love so he can, like, be good.
They're the kind of people who say, like, my favorite character is Dumbledore, and I really love doing it.
Yep.
And when you think back to that now, there were suggestions at the time, but they were entirely fed lines.
Yeah.
Like, they're all going, the dagger, what about the dagger? I'm sure that dagger's important. No, it was just a knife she was using. There was no reason to think that was special, and everything that came along just happened to be in the show at a major plot point.
And the dagger happened to be special at the end because that's what they made the rings out of. Oh.
What if Sauron happens to be attractive? It was like, come on.
Oh, my.
Garrett and I were rewatching those making ofs, and again, Disparu, my heart goes out to you for watching them as much as you did. I watched them twice.
I kind of enjoy stuff like that, though.
Oh, dude, we were just going back and forth, going, "This is pissing me off all over again." It's just enraging watching these things. They are so proud of the worst scenes of the worst. They're like, "Oh my God, that Tempest in Me scene. Let's bleep it 3 times." What?
I think what drove me crazy was, sorry.
No, go on.
No, was that they kept repeating that, what they did in episode 1, you have not seen what I have seen. And then you hear like them do it again, except with different characters. You have not seen what I have seen. And I have not seen what, it's like, Jesus, can anyone write on that show?
That's what I end up saying to people who haven't seen Rings of Power.
Drinker retweeted it. I retweeted it. There's a clip out there of Guy Ladriel going into I'm sorry, I'm going to say what J.A. Boyana said, Balinor. He goes going into Balinor, and they took the music out. Fucking good.
The singing is just amazing. And you just hear someone coughing in the background.
Oh God,
so good. Oh, I was laughing my ass off when I saw that. David, go on.
You got so many good lines from that though, because it's not just the whole Galadriel has a spidey sense. No, an elfie sense. Like he just thought of it. It was amazing. But there was one woman that got. The Harfoots are camouflaged because they're little and they're hiding. And I'm like, what? Like they think they're really coming out with some bangers here. It's like, I don't think they thought beyond surface level about that show at all.
No, they didn't. It was like all you could see. All their focus was technical, like the forging of the rings. They really forged some rings, but it gets lost in the shit story. So you can it's a tech approach to filmmaking now that Amazon and Netflix in particular have that is kind of permeating the industry right now. So with throwing a bunch of money at something. When, sometimes the worst thing you can do to a creative is kind of the worst thing you can do to a drug addict. Give them a bunch of money and a guarantee, and they'll just kill themselves. Like, put restraints on them. There was restraints on the creatives in the beginning with the Rings of Power. Those restraints were removed. Bad Reboot people came in. Thing gets completely fucked up. It's Star Trek all over again. Remember, Kurtzman wasn't there in the beginning. He came in, he usurped the throne, brought in his own people. It turned to shit. It's like the same fucking story, except with a much bigger franchise. No offense, Star Trek fans. I love Star Trek too. But
I got the impression, though, that they didn't even know their own story. Like, the whole Alfie sense comment. He's like, well, she's got an Alfie sense that there's information she wants. No, she went there because it was built by an elf. That was it's one of my people. I want to go and see what he built. I know that name. She had no idea that, and there was information about Sauron there at all. But they're telling you this. It's like, you don't know what you wrote.
You caught the first part where they finally gave us a number of how long she had been looking for the Mark of Sauron. 1,000 years.
Listen,
never looked at a map.
Couldn't read a map.
Years. I didn't look at a map.
And all she had to do was just jump in the water and wait for him to come by.
If you've been traversing Middle Earth for 1,000 years, who would need a map? You would fucking know every nook and cranny of the place.
Yeah.
And the guy
she can leave a mark.
Like, the guy that she asked knew that this information was there. Because she's like, do you have this? He went, oh, yeah, it's over there. I know exactly where that is. So he knew Sauron's plan from the start and didn't tell anybody. He's just sitting there going, I know what this evil thing's doing over there.
Oh, it's so dumb.
Oh, yeah. That's in the evil section.
Listen, okay, I'm a neutral librarian. I don't want to get involved.
I filed that under future apocalypse.
But you still have to admit, her riding a horse was just, come on.
That was one of the legit most uncomfortable scenes I think I've ever witnessed.
They made this big point of her doing her own stunts. She's like, I'm really proud I did my own stunts. It's an imaginary troll.
The problem is therapy, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
So she wouldn't get scared of people running at her. But you'd think like someone who shot that would have played it back in slow motion and realized what you're doing with your face, it's just not good.
and she's not on a horse. That's not her. She did not ride the horse.
Oh,
they might have her on top of it for all the riding scenes. You could there's a quick shot. It's like a close up on the horse, and you see like a blurry Galadriel. You could tell it's a stunt woman, but the look on the horse's face is like, "Get this bitch off me!"
when they show you the training on the horses, and she's like, "So this is how I get on." And it's just like this red set of stairs for her to climb on a horse. Like, how is Galadriel supposed to be fighting when she can't even get on unless he like stands by a rock to climb?
Clark is the size of a small child. Remembering, Galadriel is supposed to be 6'4" tall.
Yep.
I'm like, just whenever she comes across any obstacle, stab, twist, and gut, my friend.
That's it.
Even with a horse.
You don't get what you want, stab, twist, and gut.
I imagine the Númenórean soldiers trying to use their swords by holding the blade instead of the handle. It's like, oh, this is what we've been doing wrong all this time. Trying to batter people over the head with them and stuff. Why is it not working?
You're a fucking pro player trying to teach her to become good at COD. It's like, make sure you aim down your sights. You're like, okay, what else though? There's got to be more to it, right? Like, I knew that part. Like, come on.
Well, no, because you had the elf that was teaching the kids. It's like, how am I going to learn a bow? He said, aim higher. That was his entire thousands of years just a bow. That was his advice.
Yeah, but then you had that actor, Cordoba, who kept saying, like, I studied capoeira. I wanted to bring that. I'm like, it's the first capoeira kicking, Puerto Rican elf I've ever seen. It's like, oh my God. These people. Crazy.
Oh, Saruman having a little sleep.
Yep, he got a little knocked out by Gandalf.
Brilliant.
I love this part.
I love the layering of the voices when Theoden's and Saruman's like drawn out of him.
Yep. Really good. And they did that again with Christopher Lee and Ian McKellen when they Gandalf the White for the first time. David on the Streamlab side has given us $100. Thank you. Cannot stand woke Hollywood. It's not good enough for them to replace heroes. They have to emasculate and destroy them too. Yeah. I was just thinking about the scene where King Theoden, comes back and Gandalf says, maybe you'll feel better if you held your sword. And I'm like, they would hate something like that now. Like a man holding his sword is too toxic. We can't have that.
It's like glorifying war and weapons and stuff. You can't have it.
Masculinity. Hang on. I'm grabbing my sword.
Well, wasn't that one of the reasons?
Shad. Fucking Shad. It's 5 a.m. I can't get up. Whatever. Whatever.
Shad.
Whatever.
Whatever. But I'm opening this for the first time here.
Any excuse.
Here, do you want me to?
Yeah. I got this.
Oh, Theoden.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Yeah.
Holy!
Yes, could actually stab somebody too.
Is it sharp-ish?
Oh,
You have to watch Galadriel. She'll tell you how to use it.
No, not that. It's pointy,
Twisted gut, buddy.
Twist
And twist.
and gut. Yeah, if somebody comes to my house, they're gonna get stabbed by a lot of swords.
Twisted.
Or shot by my wife's gun collection. I'm not. But yeah.
Hey, Gary, do you have like a number one fictional sword? What would it be?
I just lost.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
It's pretty sweet.
I like how he just has it handy. It's like he doesn't just tell us. He's like, I'm going to go and get it.
You can see it. I got to plug them back in now because they got. There you go.
Did you didn't put it on the plaque? Are you putting it on the plaque?
I don't think he can hear you right now. He
Damn
lost
it.
his headphones.
Hang on. Uh-oh. I'll be back.
Okay. We lost him.
Well,
Swords really are
it was
dangerous.
worth it. So, hey guys, how you doing?
Hi.
Done.
Adrian.
Ain't swords neat?
They are beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
The thing
glad
is,
they're
if we tried to buy stuff like that here in Scotland, it's like you get instantly SWAT teams like descending on your house and stuff. bullshit over here, honestly.
That's why.
Like,
you
I mean, what do they
draw it on a piece
say?
of paper with
I don't
crayon.
think they trust us to have like fucking potato peelers here. Like, it's too dangerous.
No guns even?
You kidding?
I thought
Nah.
you could
Okay.
use them for hunting there.
I mean, you could probably get like shotguns and things for like if you're a farmer or something like that, but you'd probably have to have an actual reason for it. You couldn't just say like, "Well, I want to collect them" or whatever.
Well, you can, your potato peeler. You can just call it Anduril and say.
But I
it's
thought
Lord of the
everybody
Rings
had,
sword.
like when we would go over there when I was piping, we always would take our skin dues, and I would always see everybody have them around. I mean, it's really changed that much where it's not allowed at all.
Wow, I mean, ski and do's like the ones you get are like ceremonial ones, so they're not sharp or anything.
Oh, sorry.
What the fuck?
Dude, the headphone plug in the front of my soundboard, and I just destroyed it. It's gone. I can't even find it. So I had to plug in to the back end. Back end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, there's a better sound effect for the back end. Hang on.
I'm expecting the clown noise.
Yeah.
But what were you saying, Drinker? You say they don't know they're ceremonial now?
Yeah, so like you couldn't really get sharpened ones that you could actually kill people with. It would just be like blunt steel, like
Gotcha.
basically, yeah, it just looks nice, but that's all.
Wow.
Yeah, that's where we're at now. Nanny state, but never mind.
Yeah, I think with the legislation as well, there's incredibly strict about how they're stored and everything. Like they can come and inspect it. Gun
They
safe
can come in your house?
drilled into the wall. Yeah, because I think you've got to have a gun safe which is drilled into a wall to actually store them in the first place, and then they can come and inspect it anytime they want. That it's actually stored properly.
Wow.
And then, if you ever did use it, you'd get locked up.
Oh yeah, there's none of this like home defense stuff over here. It's like straight up, you're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of not worth having. Like I think anyone who does own them, the police will harass them to the point where it's not even worth having it anymore. That people just give up and say like, fine, I'll get rid of it.
Yeah, if you had like a Mjolnir replica, they'd be like, I don't know, man. You planning on hitting people with that? You're like, this is Thor.
Damn.
I'll send you butter knives.
Yeah.
Well, there was a thing where London police actually confiscated a spoon off somebody.
Shut the door.
Thank
There's a
goodness.
picture. Yeah, it was like
You're pretty dangerous with your silverware over there.
Well, that was the thing. They were so proud. They posted this big picture. This is what we've confiscated off London streets over the last month, and there was a spoon.
You don't know what the kill count on that spoon is.
Robin Williams had the best joke about your cops. Stop, or I'll say stop again. Yeah, sorry about the technical difficulties. Another sword I don't have, Stormbringer from Elric would be awesome.
Yeah.
But I've got Game of Thrones swords. I got Excalibur, but yeah, it's Atlanta Cutlery does the Lord of the Rings stuff, and it's a lot of this stuff is old. I got this a long time ago. It's freaking awesome. Well made. This is like the new one. This is the new one that I got. And I got Theoden's helmet. I got Eomer's helmet downstairs.
Conan's sword. That's the only thing that I missed. I won't call it
either.
I can't find it.
You can find it at cons and stuff. There's better ones than others, but yeah, I don't have that one either.
I always kind of liked Ramirez's katana from Highlander. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one.
I gotta watch that.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Isn't Cavill in the remake?
Yep.
Is that still happening?
I think so. I mean, it's probably more than happening now. It's like he probably needs a little money for Warhammer, so he's gonna be at Argyle, but that's another bait and switch. So, although it's a Matthew Vaughn movie, which comes out, I don't know when Argyle. Does anybody know when Argyle's coming out? Early next year. Gunslinger 177 for $1.99. Boromir's death started it, but I love that Aragorn seems to find his place with man in this film. The exchange with Legolas, then I shall die as one. That little scene in Two Towers. Then I shall die as one. Reform.
Yeah, it's kind of a good point to say that you can draw that back to the Boromir death scene, because when he says, remember Boromir and him have a bit of tension because of the understanding of what Aragorn's line is, but when he says like our people, and then Boromir's like surprised by him saying it and then accepts it, like, yeah, they are our people. And because remember, when Boromir's dying, he basically almost goes into full like, we're destroyed and done, darkness is gonna rule, we're fucked. And then Aragorn's like, nope, not gonna happen, buddy. I'm gonna stop it myself. I'm gonna save the people, the White City won't fall, that sort of thing. Such good stuff.
Heroes. Weren't they nice?
And good old Eowyn, when all this was written in the books, that morons love to bring this up on Twitter, and maybe they just not familiar with the source material, or when this was written and when it came out, when it was actually groundbreaking, decades ago, and not now. It was great in this all the way through. Loved Eowyn. Reformed Sauron for $20. Hail Friday night. Why are you saying Hail FNT? Hail FNT. I'll take it though. Thank you. I got it on my mug right here. Shout out to actor. We say Bernard here, but I think in the UK you say Bernard. Is it Bernard? Yeah. Bernard Hill for giving Rings of Power the middle finger recently. Oh, hail to him, by the way. That was, oh shit.
Yeah. He had the best end to that quote. I'm trying to remember it word for word, but it was something to the effect of like, "Oh, what they're doing is nice, but like it's not real, like what we did."
It's not a real thing. Yeah, he said it's not a real thing. I mean, just smacked it down. It was beautiful.
Because they asked him, "What did you think? Should any other movies be made or series?" And I think he responded that he didn't even like The Hobbit. He's like, I didn't even think The Hobbit should be made, or something along that line.
Hey, he was asked if he'd be in anything or consider it, and the answer was no. The answer was no. But this brings us to the next super chat. Echoes of the Ancients for $20 says, lately, when I'm feeling a little low, I rewatch scenes from Lord of the Rings, such as the Ride of the Rohirrim, lightning the lighting of the beacons. Yes, I love that scene too. Battle of Helms Deep and so on. Just the best. The music from the lighting of the beacons is the shit. It's so good. So good. Saint Cimmerian for 1999. Hey everyone, I'll be watching all 3 Lord of the Rings movies extended editions with my family this week. Good.
Aww.
You're a good citizen of the world. A Christmas tradition. Keep doing what you're all doing. Gary, love the Balrog Danzig shirt. Hail to the fellowship. Yeah, this was sent to me. I freaking love it too. It even says I am demon on the back. Cody Griffin for $20. Read the books as a kid, watched each film in the theaters, bought the extended versions, watched them at least once a year. It blows my mind how much better it is than most things. The emotional beats still hit just as hard. And you got to wonder, like, you have this template that's been out there for 20 effing years and they don't want to work with it. The Tolkien estate doesn't like Peter Jackson. None of this shit makes sense. But unless when you get to like egos and shit, then that's when it starts making sense.
I still don't get how they like the Bobbsey twins of Payne and McKay, but not Jackson.
Cold, hard cash.
Wow.
Yeah, and Simon wants to make his own name for himself, and as you know, George, and he was like, listen to that guy talk. Not
Didn't he try to get published under a pseudonym for years and he couldn't get anywhere? And then it's like, nah, I'll just deploy the Tolkien name then. And away I go.
Yeah, he was an attorney for 20 years. And then he's like, well, I wanted to write. But I didn't want to be like under the shadow of my grandfather.
But I'll use his name and now I'll run the estate. And the estate is all heirs and they're just totally disconnected. And, you know,
trust fund babies.
Yeah, Christopher, the apple didn't fall far from the tree, but now it's down the street, dude.
Yeah.
We have James JMSS for $50 says, Lakdar Agar Fellowship. This is my favorite scene, but the most striking scene from Lord of the Rings for me is from Two Towers is Gollum's expression or reaction when Sam tells Frodo that there is still some good in this world and it's worth fighting for. Yeah, and you see Gollum in the back watching that and kind of the despair and maybe there's something still in there.
It's interesting they chose to cut to him actually in that moment. They didn't have to, but just a little reaction shot to make you think about him.
Hey, you got to take off, Drinker.
I do, sadly, yes. I've got a few other things I need to do tonight.
Of course. Thanks for sticking this long. I appreciate it. You know, it was a lot of fun.
Anytime, man. Anytime. I'm always happy to come on and do stuff like this. Thanks for having me for it.
Hail, brother. Everybody follow the Critical Drinker, up-and-coming YouTuber. I know you're going to make it someday, kid.
And your comic, is it still going on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I linked it.
Yes, thank you. So it's available to sort of pre-order now on Indiegogo. So they did the initial sort of batch of backing for it. And they're now in the phase of like taking orders for it. So yeah, if you keep scrolling down, you should see it's because there's one that's about Rambo's first tour of duty, and then you've got mine, which is there you go.
Little more. Stop.
Yeah, there you go.
Up a little more. Okay, stop.
No.
Stop. All right.
Down, down, up, down.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, there we go. So it's called A New Kind of War. Yeah, and so we wanted like a different from the usual sort of artistic style, so we went for this like watercolor style, which I quite like.
Yeah.
So it's set during the Korean War, and it's about Colonel Troutman and his first sort of experience of war and what leads him to form Rambo's unit for Vietnam. So I was brought in to do that, and so it's doing pretty well so far, as far as I know.
Awesome.
Cool.
That was my first ever comic book.
Look at that.
Well done.
945.
Awesome.
I backed it. Can't wait to read it. Thank you, brother.
All right, thanks,
Great
guys.
to
I'll
see
catch
you.
you later.
See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
Is everybody else doing okay?
Yeah.
What is the plan? Is there a plan? What are we?
We're just kind of like, it's too long to go over bit by bit, so we're just talking about our favorite parts. I know that's.
Oh, you don't want to EFAP it?
It's a Nerdrotic live stream. It's It's kind of like a pinball machine.
Just going all over the place.
It's going all over the place. Is there anything you would like to? You have a burning desire to talk about?
I was just curious about, because like the thing is, it's kind of it's funny. I think I had something else I was supposed to do tonight, but I don't know if it's happening or not. Some sort of like just making sure I've covered the main stuff with you guys in case I get pulled away. But
if you get pulled away, that's fine.
Yeah, we're all good for now, though. I can still chill out and
yeah. No, we're just getting to questions. I just highly recommend it. I mean, everybody here has watched it, right? You've all watched it all the way through.
Yeah.
Just watch it again. It's a good reminder of why we're here. You know, why we're here. And yes, I pulled out my old Tesla hat. I used to wear this at work. I didn't even know I still had it. So I was like, right on. This is now like kind of rebellious. Wearing a fucking Tesla hat.
Unbelievable.
Wearing a hat from the richest man in the world is now rebellious.
Well, because they're turning him into Trump now.
Sound effect for that. That's the world we're living in right now.
Upside down.
Jesus Christi. Gandalf's sweaty Balrog is in the movies. Aragorn actually takes Boromir's bracers and his gauntlets and wears them throughout the rest of the trilogy to honor him. Lord of the Rings was full of great literal things like that.
Yeah, they don't draw attention to it, I don't think,
Nope.
like in any dialogue, but it happens. It's great.
Mm-hmm. So fucking cool. Oh, I love this movie. So we can just share like images of it while we talk, though. I'll just keep doing that. Just watch it. What was that?
No, I love in the extended edition when you see the trees and they show up to the Hornburg, you know, and you see the orcs, they're all taken off, and you have the trees in the background, and just you see them shake. They shake and they shake. I mean, I just love the way they all disappear. You know, in the books, when they left, there were 2 mounds left. I was like, really love though the way Jackson did it, because I always go back and forth. I mean, again, he pulled out everything that was needed for someone who had never read the books, but at the same time, punched it up in such a way where, and I don't have a word for this, not make it better than the books, but like brought it to life in such a manner that I appreciated it as much as the books.
Yeah, absolutely. There's stuff they pulled off in the films that they had no business, like Treebeard. They had no business pulling that off. Anybody else would have, I would have fucked that up 3 ways to Sunday. It would have been ridiculous and stupid. Except for Jennifer Lawrence tried it. She would have pulled it off. But aside from her, it's. And I was like almost, I was almost cringing when Treebeard was going to come on screen. I'm like, oh, this is what it's going to be lame, and it wasn't. And I was like, oh shit, this is really fucking good now. Like, we've turned the corner into like just absolute greatness.
Do you remember where you were when you saw it? Does everybody remember where that? It's like I went to the premiere. It was like midnight, and I'm like, yeah, there ain't going to be a lot of people here. And I'm talking now though for Fellowship. And I did the same thing for the 2 Towers. I was outside for 6 hours, and I was like, people were in costume. It's like, okay, didn't think it was going to be this. Do you remember where you were for 2 Towers?
2 Towers?
Yeah.
I saw I saw that movie with my wife, and I saw the first one with my ex-wife. I totally remember.
Oh my.
Oh, that was a long time ago. Adrian Curry's here, by the way. What's up, lady?
Hi, Adrian.
You cool beans. Some base lady on Twitter. Go follow her. And she knows her shit, by the way. Legit nerd. And I mean that in all the kindest ways. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you, and the miss and the chat. Love you all, says Nick S for $19.99. Thanks, Nick. We appreciate that. Merry Christmas to you. Did I miss what?
No, he sent another one. It's just under it.
It's just under it?
Yeah.
Hang on. No, I'm not saying it. Hang on. I'll go to where you're actually directing.
There we go. It's on the screen now.
That's okay. The Modrotics. who roast me in the DMs on Twitter, by the way. They were roasting me for being really bad at plugging things, which I am. I probably should plug this wizard. Oh, he's too far away.
The plushie?
The plushie. Yeah, can
I
you
have the link ready. If
there? Yeah. Share the plushie real quick. We should, because we got MauLer. We got to thank MauLer for this. MauLer made me do it.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, he made me do it. He said, if you don't do it, I won't be your friend anymore.
Plushie Az.
If you don't make a cuddly version of yourself.
I'll make a cuddly version of yourself. I will never speak to you again. So that is Az. That is Hot Dog Man. And that is me. We couldn't do Gray because rights issues. So we did Radagast instead. Which is fine. I'm fine.
Look at him standing. He's so
That's
cute
cool.
with his chibi body.
So we got 5 days left. You get him by March. Won't get him by Christmas. Next Christmas. But thanks to everyone. Thanks to Makeshift for doing that and putting up with me. And I had my brown pants on for sure. I did. Yes.
You're gonna do one in white for the Gandalf the White?
Ooh, maybe. Oh, that will be cool. That won't be misinterpreted at all. Maybe they should do Ryan in that one instead.
Maybe bring that wizard hat right down to his neck, and you got the.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
So yeah, we're just. And like he gets back. And he's got his head about him. He's lost his son. He's like, I ain't taking my people to war, dude. I just like, I can't, man. I love the little, the little argument, the little exchange between Aragorn and Theoden when he goes a little alpha on him. I thought that was really fucking cool.
Is that where Theoden says, I don't remember if that Aragorn was.
Last time I checked, Theoden is king.
Yeah.
And Gimli's like fucking stuffing his face.
He's like, oh, something's happening, but I'm happy.
Exactly. What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. John Kelsey for $20. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Bullet Shepherd for $19.99. I don't care how manly you are. The scene where Theoden says no parent should ever have to bury their child is just instant tears. It kills me every time I see it. It does. I mean, the guy feels like just total failure at that point. Like he never felt like he was a very good king to begin with, and he's lost his son. He's completely ignored he feels like he's completely ignored his niece. And it's sad. It's fucking sad, and it's real, and it's in this fantasy, and that's their whole approach. They took the approach that Tolkien took when he wrote the book, that this is mythology, this is history, we're not making a fantasy show. We're doing this, we're making a historical drama. And
that was what he wanted.
Yep.
He wanted to give a gift to England, a mythology, after having 1,000 years of, people invading the country, sacking it, losing stuff. That's why it's so interesting. Like he started writing Lord of the Rings when he was at war. And I'm like, where did the Amazon writer start? Just curious.
Yeah, and it's a reference to like a Greek code. I thought it was, so I looked it up. In peace, sons bury their fathers. In war, fathers bury their sons. It goes way back. So Tolkien was dragging in a lot of stuff from the past like that and just rephrasing it a bit, but it still keeps the message.
Well, he was. It's
like the film adaptations. Like you can still adapt something as long as you keep the core message. You can reword it and do what you want, as it's fine. It's more about the emotional kind of impact that it has on the audience, which is what I think is missing today. If you see something and it's just all parts put together, there is no emotion there. You're not going to do anything, which is why they rely on the characteristics of actors, because it's all physical to them. It's all material. There's none of the sort of the depth or the emotion behind it,
Well, it's paint by numbers. It's kind of like the cookie cut effect, but it's also paint by numbers. Like we're going to take a quota system, we're going to plug it over here, steal some scenes from here, put in some agenda here. Okay, there you go.
Yep.
I can't imagine writing a script where an action scene has already been written for you and you have to write up to that point. So the script can no longer go where it should. The characters can't do what they want because you've got an end point that you have to meet, which ruins everything else.
I forgot what live stream I was watching, so apologies, but somebody brought this up that the way, especially Disney's going about stuff, but this is like a streaming thing too. And the big difference between House of the Dragon, which didn't do it like this. They treated it like a real show. Is they're writing these scripts, they get one off, that's it, maybe a little rewrite, and you're off to the races. And it's time constraints. It's also like they're horribly untalented and agenda-driven freaks. But aside from that, they don't have enough time to even make these shows. And you're right, a lot of this stuff, Disparu is pre-written for them, and like you can't. There's no way you could, like, there's no wiggle room at all. You have to write up to this action scene where the giant beam is shooting up in the sky, and like, what the fuck? But people will do it because I get my name on a Marvel resume. And the reason they're getting less talented people is because the talented people won't have anything to do with, like, with Rings of Power. They would have loved to gone to Vince Gilligan and go, hey, we'd like you to make this show. But they knew he would say no. They knew, like, a guy like that will not take on an established property with too many, cooks in the kitchen, too much corporate interference, especially when you're Vince Gilligan at this point. You're kind of like the king. You're the king of you are the number one showrunner of any, like, he could take his pick. So, but that's who they wanted. They just like knew they wouldn't get him. Over 8X for 20 British pounds. The reason the reason this worked is that Jackson and company understood what changes the characters mean and how to incorporate them. It's why Theoden hits so good. They made him more jaded, more fatalistic, and all the scenes need to reflect it. They also made him a little more human. Like they made him, because they made him more fatalistic, and the performance, dude, like the performance that's an Oscar caliber performance in that film that didn't even get considered. Right. So, and same with Sean Astin with Sam. That was Oscar caliber in the last one. Just totally ignored. I agree with Razor Fist assessment of The Hobbit. Enjoyable, too much padding. Also, glad they gave Christopher Lee the opportunity to play a heroic Saruman. That scene, by the way, at Dol Guldur is fucking awesome. Love it. Watch it all the time. Also considered playing Lord of the Rings online. Yes, it's still going. I might. I don't have time for games though. Emperor Creatine for $20. I've got time for Witcher 3 though. It's in 5 days. Oh, that's gonna be
my goodness.
Yeah.
That's gonna be embarrassing.
Are you gonna practice a little?
No,
you're going in cold.
I'm gonna go in cold. Well, I might like try to figure out like how
the combat.
Oh, I went back and played Witcher 3, and knowing the you got out of that room, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna focus to see how he got stuck in the room. I suddenly realized I'm down the stairs. I'm like, what actually happened? It's glowing, dude. Like, it's shining.
Gary got distracted by the lady in the room.
I don't think you realize when you play games.
I didn't know how to fucking pick it up. Like, I don't know how to pick anything up. Like, I was going on my keyboard, right? So I didn't have I'm going to use a joystick. I'm going to, or just
controller.
A controller, joystick. I'm fucking joystick, baby. Now, I was trying to use my keyboard. And I didn't know how to fucking pick anything up, and I'm like,
I thought you couldn't see the key.
I guess, I just couldn't get to it.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
I was like,
it's shining in front of him.
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna play with Az? Y'all having a tournament?
And no, Az is gonna have commentary.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
Oh, wow. That's gonna be fun.
Oh, good.
That'll be really funny.
Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $20. What are you guys' thoughts on the 1977 Hobbit movie? I loved the movie as a kid, the animation and the music. You can imagine how excited I was when I was told Lord of the Rings movie coming out took place after The Hobbit. That's how I got into it. They used to play The Hobbit on broadcast television during prime time. So like on a Tuesday night on ABC, you would see The Hobbit, or it'd be Tuesday night movie or Friday night movie or whatever. And it creeped me out when I was like 6 when I saw it, but I liked it a lot. Thought it was very good. We got there's Rankin Bass, there's Ralph Bashke. I have a bunch of thanks to Tom from Midnight's Edge for making me almost broke. But I have a bunch of cells of Gandalf on my
from the Rankin and Bass.
No, from Ralph Bashki. He sells them on eBay.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and signs them and shit.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
And they were affordable, like an actual animation sell for like $400 of Gandalf.
Really?
Yeah, they've gone up a little bit since then, but
because I always wanted to get the Gandalf and the. Wow. Okay, I got to look at that.
Fucking Tom from Midnight said, he's like, "Did you see this? Did you see this?" We got them all framed. I'll take a picture of them, put them on Twitter. They're really fucking cool. It's all Tom's fault. Crazy Tiger Person for $20. Single-handedly kills an elephant large enough to kill Smaug, and with just a bow and a quiver. That is still only one that counts. Angry dwarf noises, goes back to counting.
Oh yeah.
Stuart Hamilton for $20. Hail to the Fellowship. Hail to you. Hail to you. The Fellowship has a lot to be thankful for, because you guys did like beat the shit out of $1 trillion company. That's pretty impressive. They tried throwing everything at the fandom. They tried everything that worked with Star Wars, everything that worked with Star Trek, everything that worked with Doctor Who fell flat with the Tolkien fans. It was pretty impressive.
Come here, think about that. They got put on their ass. I mean, they went quiet for how long? I mean, when a company has to continually come back and say, hey, our greatest achievement was the first 2 episodes. That's it. We got almost 100 million people.
Yes, dude. That's some bullshit too, by the way. That is no. Have you noticed no numbers since it's ended? No, like, hey, we increased our subscribers by this amount. There was a passing mention in the quarterly report, and that was it.
Well, I mean, look at Nielsen. A week after the finale, I think it was number 5, and then 2 weeks after that, you could only find it on their originals chart, and a week after that, it disappeared. I mean, it disappeared.
Yeah, the only defense that I saw was it was the most desperate article I've ever seen, where they were like, Parrot Analytics say that their watch viewers have gone up by 6,000 million % or something stupid. It was like an insane number. And like they've been watched more than any other show on the face of the planet. It was like, you can't trust Parrot Analytics, but no.
It's not even being pirated. Even the sites which are like, is anyone pirating this? Not really.
No, like nobody bothered burning the making ofs and putting up.
Like I said before about stuff like Rings of Power and other things, like just, I feel bad for people who have to defend it. They have so little to work with.
Why are they defending it, MauLer?
Well, there's all kinds of reasons one might defend it. And to be fair, there's people who've watched it like, I enjoyed that. And you're like, why did you enjoy it? They're like, don't know. I don't even know. And it's just like, it's just something to put on, I guess. Like there's plenty of people out there like that. And yeah, you just feel bad for them sometimes because there's a lot of people whose job it is to tear apart storytelling. And you'll be like, what exactly did you like about the character Brodwyn? And they'll be like, which one was that?
She was hot.
Like, yeah. So yeah, I just feel bad for them sometimes. When it's like, oh, you've got such little material to even work with. Good luck trying to defend that one.
Yeah. Like, somebody walking out of Avatar and enjoying it, Avatar 2, I'm okay, that's cool. I mean, like, I get it. Like, it's a visual. Yeah, like that, like Rings of Power, I don't get. And but there's some real ones out there, like Men of the West. I bring that channel up a lot. That is one of the most real Tolkien fans out there. Follow his channel. Good dude. Like his lore videos are very like soothing. I mean, I know the lore, but like last Christmas, I was sitting by the fire, listen to a little Men in the West, puff down my vape, listen to some. Like, it was heaven. It was heaven. It was so good. So check that channel out. Good dude.
I get that with Nerd Cookie's channel. Like
She's
it'll
good.
just come up.
She's great. She's great.
Yeah, it's the Stargate ones that get me. I've seen Stargate loads so many times, and then it'll just be like, "Do you want to find out how Daniel Jackson became the?" I'm like, "Yes, I do." It's just, and you tend to binge them as well. They're great when they come along.
I like Stargate.
I'm gonna watch Stargate. Somebody, Matthew Hammond, was kind enough to send me the complete series, so I will sit down and watch it. I will.
But I also like a lot of Stargate Universe. A lot of people didn't like that, just because I like to complete everything.
The first 4 episodes are some of the most boring television I've ever seen, but I think it improves. but by then it was too late and it got cancelled. But it definitely improves a lot towards the end.
Oh, yeah.
Nerd Cookies has some good Dune stuff too. Somebody brought up if Dune sticks the landing, it could be considered a classic, and I would somewhat agree. Yeah, if they stick the landing and they stay true to the book, I think that will be looked at. I mean, easily visually, like it's a pretty amazing film visually. But yeah, I don't think to the extent of Lord of the Rings or anything, but it will be probably. I think it would be considered a modern classic, but I mean, like, how many modern classics do we have? I'm sure there's still some out there. I think the Northman was an achievement. I thought that artistically, I thought that was a beautiful film.
Right.
I know it's gory and shit, but I think it's just a beautiful film. I don't know if it would be considered a classic. It'll be like a lot of like film buffs will probably go, yeah, it was totally cool, but no Normie's gonna watch it. But I can't think of any. Like people talk about series more.
Would you think like phase 1 through 3 of Marvel would be a superhero classic?
I think they're good. I don't know if you
The
consider
Avengers, maybe.
Yeah.
Iron Man would be one of the ones people would think of as a classic, right?
Iron Man, yeah.
Iron Man. I like the Avengers. I think the first Guardians film, pretty fucking good.
The Guardians film.
Yeah. Those will be the standouts. Not too sure how they'll be. I think phase 1 is now being looked back a little more fondly than even originally. I think Captain America: First Avenger is fucking awesome. I love that movie.
You see more love for Thor as
and I
Love
like
and Thunder
Thor
came
too.
out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess time will tell on those. Robert Downey's performance in Iron Man, absolute classic, like absolute classic.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Have we gotten anything close to Lord of the Rings or Star Wars? No. That shows you how rare they are. And like for us old folks, it is impossible to communicate how big Star Wars was when it first came out. It's just you had to be there to experience it. And I guess that would be the closest thing is like I wasn't alive when the Beatles, well, they were together when I was born, but they were almost broken up. But like it must have been what that's like.
People camped out.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to Robert about this at the first con because they were filming Lord of the Rings. So I believe it was when they finished filming Return of the King. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Elijah Wood and Sean Astin and the rest of the Hobbits showed up to Comic-Con like last minute. And it was like the Beatles showed up at Comic-Con. They went in the autograph section that's like outside of the con. So you're looking at this big building that looks weird in San Diego. On the left-hand side, there's like a covered area that's an autograph section. Everybody at the con just went, just moved over when they were announced. It was fucking insane. And I was in the autograph area at the time, and I'm like, oh, am I going to get trampled?
Oh, no.
But that's what you're describing right there is like when I grew up watching Star Wars. I mean, you had to get in line, or your mom or your dad had to get in line when you were in school when it came out, and because people were actually had tents 2 or 3 days before it premiered, because you'd have 2 or 3 screens per movie theater. You didn't have 20.
Yeah.
No.
When you have to go early and line up so you get a good seat when you go in.
Oh yeah.
Those are the days.
And
it had something about it, but it added to it.
They would be in the theaters for a year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark was in theaters for a year. Star Wars was in theaters for a year.
And then the buck cinema or the dollar.
Yep. Yeah. We just got me and my friend Doug were bored. Let's go see Raiders again for the 7th time. Okay.
Every birthday party was like Star Wars, Raiders, Top Gun. I mean, it's like, let's go watch Top Gun again. Ghostbusters.
Yeah. That is one I did not see. I was going to see it. I was excited for it. I'm like, Bill Murray, fuck yeah, let's go. But then I saw it. I'm like, wow, that's another thing. You walk out of it, you knew there was something special about that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is, you don't see stuff like this too often.
Yeah. I snuck into Stripes.
But I remember when you would have that feeling like once a year, twice a year. Now you have it once a decade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Joey GK for 100 Martian pesos. The ride of the Rohirrim is one of the greatest scenes in cinema, in my opinion. I'm not going to argue with you. Lofty Pixels.
Hi,
Oh,
Lofty.
look at Lofty. For $20. What do you think about the artificial intelligence technology they basically invented, used to create the large battles? They are fascinating behind the scenes documentaries on the DVDs. Best trilogy ever. Hail, Andy Serkis. I agree. And dude, that's why I kept all my DVDs, Lofty, because there's stuff on those that you can't get that are brilliant. Dude, it's amazing. And again, that brings up the AI conversation that's like going through the comic industry right now, because you're an industry facing a major shift, a paradigm shift. And some artists are completely against it. Some are for it. There's a ton of debate. But the thing is, it's here. It's here to stay. And it's going to become a part of comic books. I still think you need to be like a good artist to produce that stuff. It's like Photoshop. When Photoshop came around, that was revolutionary. When editing, editing used to be cutting film. And then you started getting computer editing. And then you got, Final Cut Pro. And everybody could edit. And Hollywood took great advantage of that and said, hey, come edit my small little project for exposure. And editors who were making, a lot of money stopped making a lot of money. That's how it goes.
Yeah. I think the successful people will be the ones that use it as a tool, but it's still their creativity. Because it's like before. How do you expect an AI to understand emotion? It can know, you can give it all of the characters of a hero. It's still not going to know how to make you feel and relate to that thing, though. It just knows the key parts. It can't put them together. And so, a lot of people have been saying things like music now, a lot of it doesn't have any soul. Well, that's because AI have actually got to that. There's little hooks that they know, and they know the keywords, they know the notes to play, but they just can't make people feel like they can.
And it's mislabeled. It's not artificial intelligence. It is still a tool that is fucking stupid and needs a human. So
yeah, it's pattern
It's an
recognition.
algorithm.
Yeah.
That's actually very true. Artificial intelligence is a whole other thing, but
Yep.
we'll discover that'll eventually happen, and then it'll be even fucking more complicated trying to figure all this out.
Well, yeah, especially when the machines turn on us, that will get very complicated.
Yep.
Terminator.
And I, for one, welcome our robot overlords.
And dude, the fact that this is still one of the greatest performances of all time, and it's mocap, right?
Yeah.
That will not be equaled. How freaking great he is. He does a pretty good job. I prefer Robert Inglis, but he does a pretty good job reading the books too. He does. If you want to see the audio or hear the audio books. Johnny B. Casual for $20, taking a break from binging Randall Carlson. Hail! We love Randall. Trying to get him on the show. To watch my favorite talking heads about my favorite trilogy. Hail. Hail to you, Johnny.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All the Randall you could handle. You could always go back to Randall. He ain't going anywhere. And man, the binge of Randall will take you a year. Dude. Shake from Hunger Team. What's up, brother? For $5 says, RMB, you have been missed on this little corner of the interwebs. Well, he's awfully busy with that can't be a show. Holding it up. I love Robert is the real deal. He is a creative, but he's a true blue nerd through and through. Will talk with anybody. Genuinely a good human being. We need 1,000 more Robert Meyer Burnett's in Hollywood. Shake from Hunger Team for $10. Hail to the Fellowship. But why is Jennifer Lawrence not here? I could have swore she was in the first movie. She couldn't make it. She was inventing something else. Time travel, I believe. Anthony Grudel for $5. Watching the trilogy today. Just started the Two Towers. It's my favorite. Hail, King. Hail Theoden King and the Fellowship. Hail to you. Mugsikins for 2 Canadian pesos. Nice to see that. Nice to see Robert, even though he's just visiting. Well, Robert will be back. Robert will be back. Like, well, we'll get him on. We need to get him on FNT. Bring him back on FNT. Maybe we should get Robert and Chris Gore together on.
Okay.
That would be a pretty good one.
I hear you.
Unknown spelled with an X. So it's like, is that like Latin X? For $9.99 says hail to the fellowship. Hail to you. Viking Insane. What's up, Viking Insane? For 5 Canadian pesos. Lord of the Rings is not a Christmas movie per se, but like C.S. Lewis, I would say there are Christian themes in Tolkien's work. I just call it a Christmas movie because it came out during Christmas. That's all. I mean,
yeah, like over here,
yeah,
The Great Escape is on every single Christmas. So I've always considered that a Christmas movie. Like a tradition.
With Steve McQueen?
Yes.
Wow. Great movie.
When did they they always showed the 10 Commandments during Thanksgiving? Help me, chat. Was it Thanksgiving? Freaking 10 Commandments is awesome. Charlton Heston.
Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur is awesome, but 10 Commandments is the shit.
Easter.
Was it Easter? Okay.
That's saying Easter.
I was like, well, I can't remember what holiday it was. I was Thanksgiving. That shows you how Christian I am.
Thank you, Chad.
I went to church. I got confirmed, but like that was a long time ago. Loves granny elder cookies, says Eric K for $1.99.
Those are gross.
Yes. Yeah. They may contain, human body parts. That's Dungeons and Dragons, folks.
They didn't know at the time.
No. Although I don't think any of us really would have cared that much. We don't play exactly the heroic team over on D&D.
Robert Meyer Burl Ives asked Brian Barlow for $2. Silver and gold. Black Sabbath Streamlabs for $5. Hail all. I just wanted to say thanks to Jennifer Lawrence for inviting RMB on tonight. Truly welcome addition. Yeah, thanks, Jennifer, for
Thanks,
everything.
J-Law.
Oh shit. Damn it.
No, that was fine.
That was fine. Eric K for $4.99 says, George, tell my brother, and he spells it with a J. I don't know
Jorge.
why. Jorge.
Hey.
¿Dónde está el baño? CB GBs for $9.99. Hail to the Fellowship 2 Towers holds a special place for me because it's how I met my husband. Oh my God, you're a girl. You're part of the 9.9% here at Nerdrotic.
Yeah.
It's exclusive club. We both drew scenes from it in art class in high school, and that's how 2 introverts broke the ice. Oh, that is.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
I love that.
Very romantic. Well done. You know what I did? I stalked Melissa in high school. I wouldn't talk to her. I just, just watched her sleep at night. That's all.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Did she notice?
I don't think so.
At least the daytime stalking.
That's the whole point, is you don't let them know.
Yeah. It wouldn't be fun. Eddie Brock, 9043 for 5 British pounds. Happy Christmas, everyone. X-Ray Girl, your pronunciation of yeah is similar to a Pokemon trainer winning their first battle. I love it.
Yeah.
Is that how they say it?
I think. I'm not sure.
Is that how them Pokemans do that?
Gotta get them all.
Are you talking about the streamer?
Oh, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's probably not
Pokemon or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Silver Screen Psychopathy for $20. I introduced Lord of the Rings Extended to my kid when she was 8. We paused to talk about certain scenes or when she got scared. I gave her a gift, a lifelong love for the movies, and we watch them once a year. Love you guys. Good. Oh, well, good parent. I don't know if that's a mom or a dad because, we have this huge female percentage here at Nerdrotic now at 9%. So I can't assume. I mean, I know Amber Heard channel, okay, but we're getting there. $4.99. Release the RMB cut. Hell yeah! 5-hour interview of Christopher Lee. Would you guys watch it all?
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Hell yeah! That would be awesome.
Dankula has a great video on him, by the way.
He does. It's awesome.
Yep.
On Lee?
On Christopher Lee, yeah.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go check that out.
Just show all the highlights in his life, basically.
Uber Chad, an actual Uber Chad, and a gentleman. Stacks Farmsteed for $10. Hail, wanted to say thanks. You guys opened my eyes to the importance of the culture war in movies, comics, etc. I hope I come from a similar background as Gary, changed my life, bought land, started a farm. Hell yeah. Oh, see, that's
cool.
That's true independence right there. That's true independence. Yeah, I got the fuck out of Dodge. That was good timing. They are still talking about mask mandates in Los Angeles. I don't think they're going to do it, but the fact that the conversation's even there is insane.
What about the talking? I read the other day they're looking at Newsom is looking at next year putting legislation in place for whoever isn't protected from the bug will have their insurance increase, and then eventually will be dropped.
That would shot down in the Supreme Court. That's totally unconstitutional. It's discrimination.
Yeah.
Yeah, California is not a country, okay? So they can like, I like the states making decisions. I do. I am for it. And that's why I left, because they're going to make some really crazy ones that I don't want to fund anymore. Just don't. Davey Verse for $4.49. Hail guys, hail chat. I've rewatched Extended Edition this year. All three on ferries I've been on, like watching them in 4D. Okay, there you go. I never experienced them like that. Narf Metmon for $11.99. That's a euro. Last Christmas, I visited a friend and found an original VHS of Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. Oh. I cried the rest of the evening in the corner because I realized how old I am and that I missed this kind of the movies today. Yeah. 20 effing years, dude. Ugh.
Wow.
I was I? Yeah, I was young back then.
At least all of us were alive at the time it came out. At some point, it's going to be people who were born afterwards that we're talking about this with.
Well, it's from varying degrees here. Like MauLer was, he's an eldritch god, so
yeah. So he's always around.
Around. Disparu was what?
3 months old.
3 months old. On his mama's titty. X-Ray Girl, you were what, 2?
Just 12 years old for this one at least.
Oh, okay. Disparu, how old were you when these came out?
What year was this? 2002?
Yeah.
That would be 15.
Cool.
15, there you go.
Did you watch them then, or did you watch them later, Disparu? Like, did you go to the movie theater?
Yeah. There used to be, I used to go to the cinema a lot with my dad to see the movies. What? And the thing is, even back then, we had because this was like, I didn't have internet until I was like 18 or anything, so we used to get critics' reviews from out the newspaper and stuff. And even then, we'd be like, well, they've said this is awful. It's probably going to be really good. Or if they liked a movie, we'd be trash on the way there. Like, critics, it's not like they've changed. They've always liked this weird, it was almost like they wanted to be different. Like, oh, well, we really like this. Like the Oscar bait. Everyone knows what it's sort of...
Yeah.
If we like something which is this fringe, it somehow makes us feel a bit more important about ourselves. But yeah, I've always got fun memories of going to the cinema with Dad. And we'd walk there.
15. That's brilliant.
Yeah, we'd walk there, walk back. You get to discuss the movie on the way back. It was it's a great kind of tradition in the family.
I remember going to theaters in London and like they assigned seats. What the fuck? That was like a new thing to me because you guys did it first. You guys put commercials in front of movies before we did. You assigned seats way before we did. At the time I was bitching about it. I'm like, this is un-American. I want to sit wherever the fuck I want because I was in a theater. And you know what? I watched.
You ain't in Kansas no more.
I watched Attack of the fucking Clones at Leicester Square.
Oh wow.
There's a load of comments in the chat just going, Disparu is old.
No, he's not. I was 33 when they came out. Okay, shit.
A lot of people thought I was apparently in my mid-20s.
Yeah, you kind of look like it's the lesbian haircut. Let's just be real.
It is. I was speaking to X-Ray Girl about this. It's like first it grew out of laziness, but now I'm like, it's really cold. I don't really got to cut my hair now. It's really cold.
Did you say Leicester Square?
I probably Leicestershire. Whatever.
I love I'm just gonna let that
Shire.
Leicester, isn't it Leicester?
Leicester? Is it Leicester?
Leicester. I thought it was Leicester. I thought it was Leicester. Is it not Leicester?
Leicester, isn't
I thought
it?
it was Leicester. No.
Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Leicestershire?
Leicestershire. It's Leicestershire.
Well,
right?
you weren't in the U.S.
Oh my God, what's wrong with all of you?
I'm
I'm
Canadian.
not even from this dimension.
Okay, when you
Okay?
come over here, dude, I'm gonna start like pointing out all the, especially if we ever go to California, where everything is in Spanish, and we'll see how.
My favorite thing, I only ever saw it written when someone was like, the hardest word in English is Worcestershire. And I'm like, how's that hard to say? But
Or
then I found,
Chestershire.
yeah, there was an American who was trying to say something like Worcestershire. I'm like, there's so many syllables in that. No wonder you struggle
Yeah,
over it.
you get too
skip
many
them all.
consonants and too many syllables, and we American, like over two, we're like a little lost at that point. So Leicestershire. It's
Leicester Square.
Lice.
whatever. You're fucking stupid.
Whatever. You lost the war,
And
motherfucker.
movie theaters like all together at the same place. It's like, what the fuck is the point of this? But no, I actually like London. It was pretty damn cool city
Oh yeah.
to visit. I
Might
wanna
be
live
going
there.
back.
Oh, we are going back.
Mm-hmm.
That's happening. That there's no might about it. We are going.
I'd like to live in the countryside. I like to live in Oxfordshire. I like that.
Yeah, the countryside was awesome. It was
Not the countryside being in Oxfordshire. I'd like to live in Oxfordshire and then have someplace out in the country. I love it. I
Oh.
would.
Well,
Yeah.
there is a lot of places out here where you can kind of have the best of both worlds. You're like a couple of minutes away from a built-up place, but you're still in the countryside, essentially.
Oh.
Your fucking houses are expensive though.
Ridiculous prices. Yeah.
Your whole country is like New York. So as far as housing prices go.
The further north you go, the more reasonable it is. But if you look in London, it's crazy.
Oh, astronomical. I'm gonna live in Az's storage room.
I think Az will be living there pretty soon. A knock on abuser of Streamlabs for $5. Great lineup for a great movie. P.S. I joined Twitter for the first time. You all have been warned. Awesome.
Oh, no.
Twitter's fun. It's a really interesting place right now.
Do you see a new announcement for Twitter? You're not allowed to link
The links, yeah.
other social media sites anymore.
What?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
a bannable offense.
Yeah.
No, it's been over exaggerated. That has.
Wait,
Like,
what is it?
Yeah, the quartering was posted about it as well. There's you can still link to these things. They just don't want accounts, which that's all they do.
Wait, I don't understand. What is it again?
So
Twitter will no longer allow links or promotion of Instagram, Facebook, and other social media sites. That's the article I saw, but I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Here, I can show you the thread if you want.
Interesting.
Oh.
It's not like they've banned all Facebook links, but it's the way.
At both the tweet level and account level, we will remove any free promotion of prohibited third-party social media platforms, such as linking out, i.e. using our URLs to any of the below platforms. It includes Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Truth Social, Tribal, Post, and Nostr.
Yeah, if you say specifically, we will not allow accounts created solely for the purpose of.
Right.
So you can still link, but there are people that are literally like, this is my other social media, go there. And that's kind of what the account is.
Trying to police that. Good luck.
Yeah, but someone was saying that Linktree is banned. So,
Well, that's
I don't know.
because people use Linktree on multiple sites to disguise links to other places, which these aren't wanted on that website.
Let me see if I'm still on Twitter. I don't know.
Last I checked, you were. I tweeted for you.
Oh, good. I'm fine. Oh well. Yeah, I think it depends. If they like, the whole point of getting your $8 blue check mark was you were supposed to get more interactions on stuff you did, including external links. So yeah, that's fucking I don't know. If it, like I said, if it gets better, great. If it falls apart, I don't care at this point. But I like what Elon's doing, and I've been able to say retarded a bunch of times and not get banned. So I'm happy about that. Late, but did anyone of my favorite streamers ever dislike how Frodo was made into a damsel in distress in the movies? I mean, he was much more stout-hearted in the books.
Yeah, he was.
He was, but that was more the English class structure of, master and servant basically, I think. But yes, he was a lot more stout, and I think they morphed the performance to Elijah Wood.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, again, it's my favorite series of all time, but there were some changes I didn't like. I mean, one, he was 50 in the books.
Yes.
Two, it's like he would never have given up Sam. You may know in Return of the King.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? It's like he never would have done that.
When he talks to Golem for the first time, makes him swear in the ring, it gets like way more.
Yeah,
way more. He's way more harder in the books, Frodo, for sure.
Absolutely, especially or when we're talking about Faramir. I mean, Faramir gave him an oath right when he met him. Jackson kind of had this Faramir more like a cross between Boromir a little bit. You know, he was like dark Faramir. Even before he knew he had the ring, he had told him like,
he was like emo Faramir, but
you're weird.
I kind of like the conflict though, right? He was trying. He really wanted to prove himself to his dad, and he sees the ring as that opportunity. But then it's like, but it's not the right thing to do, though. You know, that conflict is pretty strong.
He gives a great speech about that.
But yeah, like Razorfist pointed out, Denethor, first black pillar. So
it's all over.
Yep.
I love Gandalf knocking him out, man. It's so great.
I tell you,
prepare for battle.
I would have loved if there was one little scene that Jackson would have added. And I heard him once talking about it, and I didn't understand why he cut it. Do you know right in Two Towers when the orcs and the Hurukai, when they have Merry and Pippin and they get to the forest before the Rohirrim show up, you know, when you see Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli tracking them? Well, in the books, there's this one moment where Tolkien actually spends, he shows how Merry and Pippin, like the true nature of the hobbits. It's like the battle is going, Pippin has already had cut his hands free, eventually cuts Merry's free. They start booking, and then Grushank comes up. Anyway, long story short, Rohirrim spears Grushank, and they're running to Fangorn, but they stop as the battle's going on, and they eat. It's like it just shows them like they're still hobbits. They're like, we gotta eat.
Yep. Yeah. That I mean, but I understand.
No, I do. But
it's cool stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. No shade at Jackson. I love his films, but you know, little things over there, here and there, would have spiced it a little bit more.
That's why you read the books.
Yep.
And maybe someday they can remake them. Just I would say, not for the next 2 decades, at least. Sean Astin absolutely snubbed for nomination in the movie. His scene where he talked about hope is amazing. I watch all 3 after Christmas every year, says JJM Director for $10. Hell, excellent. Fortune and Glory for $4.99. Being a 16-year-old in 2003, painting miniatures with the 2 towers on in the background was core memory. I was raised on those special features. Hell yeah, you were raised properly then. Doom for $10. I was 10 when I read The Fellowship. I cried when Gandalf sacrificed himself for his friends, like John Wayne and the Cowboys. A friend accidentally spoiled his return. LO, much love to you all. It's okay. A friend fucking spoiled Santa Claus for me too. Totally real, by the way. I'm not spoiling Santa Claus. Ruben Christopher Haynes for $5. I watched Lord of the Rings trilogy all the time. It is Hobbit forming. Oh, it's Hobbit forming. Oh, Hardy Boys. Oh my God, what's this?
Sorry, there you go.
It's okay. Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew versus the Alphabet Agenda for $10. The fact that there are only 7 people commenting, not 9, is shameful. Someone check Gary's nerd card. I know. Well, next time, we'll get we'll bring Razorfist in for the 20 for next year. Probably should buy him. Kung Fu hot dog for £5 Hot dogs sound good, but all food sounds good because I haven't eaten any in 6 days.
Are you doing your fat?
What?
Yeah.
Wait, you're being serious?
Yeah. Oh,
liquid, just liquid
all
food?
like shakes and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
You're having some calories. I thought.
Yeah. I'm getting calories in. I just haven't eaten
Okay.
solid food.
Are you just waiting for Christmas Day to like feast? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna freaking because I went to because I'm 53 and I went to LA and I ate dinner out every night with Chris Gore and they fucking steaks and all this shit. And I'm like, I felt like shit when I came back. So like, I want to feel good because you feel when you get older, your food actually affects how you feel. Like,
oh yeah,
Yeah.
much more than when you're younger. Like when you can eat whatever and not feel like just tired.
do whatever you want.
Yeah. So I do it for the holidays, but I'm gonna destroy on Christmas. I can't wait. I think we're witnessing a cultural mad scenario driven in part by the streaming wars, which are over, by the way. Fucking over. Studios have all decided it's better to buy and destroy an IP for content than let their competitor have it. That's okay. You're right, but that's old school. Like owning an IP to a studio, they will hold on to it until the bitter end and never fucking make it. Look at Babylon 5 with Straczynski. Like his hands are completely tied, which are probably good right now. With I do believe it's Warner Brothers. Like they're just they let it go to CW, but then CW got sold. But you know what? They hold on to IPs like a miser. Like they just don't let them go. So yeah. So anybody hoping like Disney will sell Marvel or Star Wars, no, they'll sell something else before they sell. I could see them like selling Pixar before Marvel and Star Wars. Steve Fitch for 5 Canadian pesos. Thank you. What's so funny?
The dog was snoring and snored himself awake. Sorry.
We've all been there.
We've all been there. What's up, dog? Let's see the dog. Come on. Oh, that's a good.
Oh, your boy.
Dog.
Hello. Look at his belly. He's so cute.
Fucking woke up. What do you want, woman?
I gave you nice rubbies.
Good doggo. Benton for $10. Hail all. 2012 was great for a year of superhero movies. The Avengers, Chronicle. I loved Chronicle, by the way.
Oh yeah,
I loved and Dread, which is the GOAT. Dread is fucking great. We'll likely never get a streak like that again. The Dark Knight Rises also come out to the 2012, but it was bad. It was bad. One thing you don't do, don't put fake professional sports in movies. It looks fake. It looks stupid. Don't ever do that. But the one scene where the city was taken over and the cops were defeated, I thought that was the most unrealistic thing in the world. And then 2020 happened, and I'm like, oh.
Works. It works.
That was pathetic. Steve Fitch for 5 Canadian pesos. When I took a pic with JRD, he pinched me in the butt too. I did it back, so I have a pic of both of us pitching each other's butts. LOL, says Steve Fitch. Oh, that's awesome.
That's funny.
Pitching, me tooing each other. You could also cancel each other too. Sarah Douglas, Ursa from the Superman movie in 2007 hit on me at a convention, and like I had a crush on her when I was like 7, 8, 9. I liked the bad girl, so I was all about Ursa. Yeah, she at the time she still looks great. She looked great. She was really sweet. I got to meet her. But yeah, she grabbed my ass and kissed me on the cheek in a picture. It's somewhere on my Facebook. But she straight up like grabbed my ass.
You got me too.
I was smiling because it was funny. It was funny. Good times. Hey, I got another good story real quick. So I had a copy of Two Towers. I had a very rare media copy back in the early 2000s. Very hard to get on disc. So I am flying to London, or was it to? Yeah, it was to London for our second trip, and I'm watching it on my laptop. Right, and then this nice lady comes up to me and goes, my son loves this movie. Can he just sit next to you and watch it? And I'm like, of course. So I shared my headphone with them, and this, me and this kid watched it. And then about, 20 minutes in, I'm looking up and everybody in the plane is fucking surrounding us. It had subtitles and they're watching the movie on my laptop in a plane.
Oh my God.
Including the stewardess. So everybody stopped to watch this movie on a plane flight. It was fucking awesome. That's how you know you have a classic, when everybody wanted to see it, no matter what. And this was fantasy at the time. This was unheard of.
I love films like that.
Yep.
I remember for a video, I went to look up a clip of it happened with John Wick and it happened with Starship Troopers. I needed like a 2-second clip. I ended up watching the entire movie. I didn't mean to. I just didn't stop once I got the clip.
Oh, so we've all made Lord of the Rings videos here of some sort. How many of you like went back to the old one and got caught up in watching an entire movie?
Oh, yeah.
Why my videos taking so long to get out? That would be me.
Most definitely.
Me raising my hand's gonna get clipped. Mega reacts 9 for $2. RMB rocking that hipster Santa look. He's looking great.
Yeah.
RMB looks great.
Hipster Santa.
Nexus 6 for $13.99. More 2002 movies. Signs. Minority Report. Blade 2. Liked it. Gangs of New York. Hell yeah. Born Identity. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Ring. Hell yeah. Resident Evil. Mila Jovovich is really hot. Hail the Fellowship of the Fans. Wow. What an all-star live stream lineup. Cheers to all. Cheers to you. Flavorful Chunt.
Good job, Gary.
Thank you. Simply the greatest films that will ever be made. Uru be praised for where they were made at the height of the filmmaking art form before the scourge of wokeness and before everything went digital. That was like right in the transition from film to digital.
Yeah.
Lion Max for 25 Mexican pesos. Thank you very much. Drinker, what if Cavill was Cyphus Kane?
I think it's a Warhammer thing.
Yep.
Sorry.
I think it'd be great. I'll just say that. Soul Fiend for 10 British pounds. The Hobbit movies did Feely and Killy deaths dirty. I didn't mind it as much. The love triangle, fucking hated it. Hated it. Earl Starbuck for $2. Hail Friday Night Tights. Hail JRRT. Hail Theoden King. TN for $2. MauLer reading Lord, is it?
It's probably LO2R.
Yeah, it's Lord of the Rings on audiobook. I'd buy it. I would definitely buy that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How fucking long that would take to record.
Have you been approached for audiobooks ever?
I get approached for different projects these days, but I've said like a blanket, basically, like I just don't have the time to do audio stuff. I barely have enough time to make my own videos at this point. So,
yep.
But you know, it'd be cool to do maybe at a later point in my life or something. Maybe move into just doing some audio work. It's fun. And you know, hey, I wouldn't mind reading some of those things. You know, it's an excuse to read books, kind of. I can get that done at the same time.
Somebody comes to you and says, audiobook for Wins a Winner. You get to read it early.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
That'll be that. You don't have to worry about that till like 2030, though. So nothing.
It's a time scale.
Joseph Bacher for $10. Fortuitous timing, because I recently told a friend that if the trilogy were made today, it would be Gandalf the White Privileged, Frodo Sam would be Frodette and Samantha, and Gollum would be non-binary. You practically got that in Rings of Power. Okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Velkin Emerin, thank you for the $1.99. I appreciate it. Rolando A. Ramirez for $10 says, this one is for MauLer. Do you know that Kratos is forever cursed to live without the ever dying, which might explain Thor bringing Kratos back? Fate won't let Kratos die in peace.
I don't know if there's any like overt sort of reference to how he can't die, but the man has died twice in this series and come back to life. So you maybe can make an argument just from that. But if you count the Thor death, that would be 3. But yeah, Kratos is he's gone through a shit ton. He's still going, and obviously part of it might be that he's cursed to live to watch all the people he loves die around him. Yeah, it's good stuff. That's another series you should get into, Gary. Do it. It's only going to take you like 150 hours. So
only.
It looks like a lot of fun. I was watching Drinker play it.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince Drinker to get through the whole thing so I can talk to him about it, but The problem is the story takes about 30 hours to do.
The only one that's slightly tempting, but it'll probably be shit, is Diablo 4 if it ever comes out. So
not Fallout. I figured you'd like Fallout, that kind of open world build, everything gives you a little bit of fantasy and some.
I do like that kind of stuff, but I like just where I can just fucking dick around. Okay, so that's why I like Red Dead Redemption and
good one.
Diablo. Yeah. So, dude. Oh my god,
Ghosts of Tsushima. Then you should play.
City of Heroes was one of my favorite all-time games.
Oh, the MMO. Yeah.
Fucking loved City of Heroes. For one, I could make my own original character, and like back in the day, I've told the story before. I created a character called Captain Mexico, right? And his origin was he was illegally crossing over the Tijuana River, which was radiated, and he got super.
Wow. What were his superpowers?
He was just. I made him look like Captain America, but with like now people cosplay as that, which is hilarious. But this was way back when. But then that's the character my little kid started playing because it was my side character besides my main one. So he's like, his battle cry is La Migra.
Oh, God.
It was 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's hilarious. You got to get someone to. You got to make a figure.
Oh, I think that there's a guy who cosplays like exactly how, because you put the Mexican flag on it and like, and the first time I saw him in real life, I'm like, that is the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen. And now there's like Captain Canada, that they do it for all the countries. I love it. I freaking love it. But yes,
yeah, except you got to pull the cord, and he says La Migra.
La Migra. Fucking City Heroes was the shit, and you can still play it. There's places you can play it.
Cool.
Theoden, King of Brohan.
Brohan.
Arise, riders of Theoden. Fell deeds awake. Fire and slaughter. Spears shall be shaken. Shield shall be splintered. A sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises.
Yes.
Love that line.
Yes. Brilliant.
2-4 Streamlabs for $9.99. Thankfully, with the death of Star Wars, I've discovered Mobile Suit Gundam. Yeah, that's another one. That's crackalicious. Gary, Sazabi or New Gundam? Whatever one It's a Gundam likes. If you don't know either, look them up. Star Wars, look up Star Wars Battlefront 2005 was my favorite game. Now Gundam versus Gundam. Next plus is the GOAT. P.S. No Zaku boy flies a Jagan. A Jagan. A Yagan? Is it a Yagan or a Jagan?
Maybe a Jaeger?
A Jaeger? It's
Jaegers, that sounds...
J-A. You're the one who put it there, X-Ray Girl.
I don't know these, some of these nerd terms.
You can see it too.
Yeah. Jagan. We're going to call it Jagan.
Oh my God.
I don't know any of this stuff.
I'm by next week, I will have a bimbo sound clip for you. I have one for
Oh, no. You got that one, didn't you? I realized what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, I can't believe the Legion of Memers didn't just jump on that. Like I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I'm like, you did not just say that out loud. Okay. Drinker and Nick having a drinking movie review. Is it about alcoholism? I'd say Leaving Las Vegas would be the first. B Buster for $2. I think that'd be good. Or just Fear and Loathing. That'd be funny, but that's just mescaline and drugs. A great movie though. King's Advisors for $9.99. Love the trilogy, rewatch them and the special features over and over. How sad is it? Where we're in cinema in 2004 and we are now how sad is it? Is where the cinema is at into where it was as compared to now. And maybe one day we will return to the golden age. I think there'll just have to be a new one. As much as that's the theme at the end. Kind of returning to a golden age, whether it be temporary or not. Like it's Hollywood's an entropy, and they know it. And I think it's irreversible at this point.
Really, with all the money that they're losing, I mean, eventually, just finances. They're going to have to change or lose everything. Like
we've achieved peak Hollywood.
Gotcha.
I would say. I mean, as far as films are concerned, the film industry, the old school model,
Right.
they'll always make scripted. But I think, you know, the natural progression for like when reality TV started kicking in, when there was writer strikes and it was easier to make, and then they found out, oh, people like this shit and it's easier to make. It's still written, by the way. It's still written. But now, like, the next progression is now it's just us throwing up a live stream. It's fucking Sunday. American football is on. We had 8,000 people watching us talk about a 20-year-old movie. You guys, by the way, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you very much. And thanks everyone here for joining me.
On that note, I am going to have to leave you, sir.
Yes. Yes. We're going to wrap up, but like, yeah, you go. I'm going to read some more soups.
Well, of course, it's a pleasure. Always is. Look forward to wrapping it up with Return of the King next year. It still feels weird that it's been a year since we talked about Fellowship, but time is just fucking moving so damn fast. So many events, so many things coming out, so much to talk about. But yeah, lots of fun. And I guess I'll see you Tuesday, Gary. And,
I'll see you Tuesday, brother.
whenever I catch the rest of you.
Have a great weekend, my friend. Thanks for being here.
See you, dude.
Bye, folks.
Bye.
That was the great MauLer, ladies and gentlemen. The long man. Put out the best thing in the MCU last year, his Doctor Strange review. My opinion. I'm sticking to it. Zed for 50 Czechoslovakian pesos. Hi, my favorite added scene is when Gandalf learns that Sam is with Frodo, and it always warms my heart. And Theoden's funeral, of course, breaks it. Love ya. Adam Young for $2. One of my favorite games of all time, possibly a guilty pleasure, is Brutal Legends. Came out my graduation year of 2009. Jack plays a roadie who combats demons and the magic of metal. There's a rumor a sequel is in the work. I love the magic of metal. There's so much I've been going down the worst rabbit holes watching old metal concerts from like the 80s.
What do you think of heavy metal?
Oh, fucking of the movie? Or
yeah, the movie.
I love it. The first one?
Yeah,
I got
the first one.
Absolutely.
Love the first one.
Love the soundtrack, love everything about it.
Yeah, I'd love to see something like that done today.
No, Metal Harlot, Heavy Metal Magazine is like, I was reading that as much as comics back in the day.
Okay.
Mostly for the boobs, but and I got into the actual art.
Yeah, I'm there with you.
Yeah. Fernando Esteves for 5 what's an R? Brazilian pesos. Who came first, MauLer or Jennifer Lawrence? Ooh, that's Alpha Omega shit. I don't know the answer. Bertmain A for 15 British pounds. Sauron didn't die in the book, and his fate was left to the reader's imagination. Was this change in as moved too far away from Tolkien's style? Just wondering. The movies are still awesome. Well, I mean, the way I saw it in the films is his body died. Because Saruman is a spirit in a mortalish shell.
Yeah, Maya.
Yep. Sparks 7907. I mean, like, yes, there was a lot of things that were big changes. I was sitting behind a guy in Fellowship who fucking hated it. Like, walked out. That was the worst thing I ever fucking seen. I'm like, really? Because I thought it was kind of fucking awesome.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I've heard that from people, but I've never understood that. I love the books, but I don't know. He honored the heart of the books. I don't get that.
Sparks 7907. Watch Ark and Luton for Warhammer lore. Okay. Blackest Night for $20. Gary, finally started my YouTube channel and boomered my first stream. Well, that's good. And game audio not turned up, so it just is me clicking at the controller for an hour and a half. Everybody sub for more junior boomering.
We've all been there.
Hilarious. That is hilarious. I haven't even. I'm not. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I got a guest set up and see if I can stream a game. I mean, I have a gaming streaming computer, so I would hope I could do that. I have a computer specifically made for it. Nick,
you should be able to.
There's no reason you can't. Well, I my worst one, I recorded an entire Wheel of Time review with a voice changer on because the GoXLR defaulted to it on. So it's like 3 or 4 hours of just me in a squeaky voice.
Like a high pitch, like,
Yeah, it's like a chipmunk voice. Yep.
You should have released it.
Gary, are you going to do a review of Parasite the Maxim when you finish? Love the anime. Also, watch Korozuka. I read the manga and absolutely love it. I'll probably do one for my members and then throw it on Nerdrotic Live. We took a huge break from that, but I need to finish it, Nick. I think it's so far fucking brilliant. I love it. It's got like really, it's got this thing called characterization and great storytelling. It's and I wasn't sure what the fuck I was watching at first, but then I'm like, my wife and I like immediately got into it. So, and I like that theme song. I do. It's super emo, but I like it. I usually don't like emo music, but it starts out in, it's a Japanese band. I think they're called Fear and Loathing or something. I can't remember. Some hyper emo band. Cody Griffin for $10. You got a story. A story is powerful when I almost tear up just remembering the scenes you are all talking about, right?
Yeah.
When you've seen something for the 50th time and you're still like, like when, we Drinker and I talked about it when Spock's funeral.
Oh.
Every time. I've seen that 100 times. It's like,
Wait, he dies?
Spock?
What?
Oh my God.
Yeah. You haven't seen
No!
it?
I've only watched 5 episodes of the original series.
Oh, you keep going.
Well,
Oh no.
Well, he doesn't die till later in the movies.
Okay.
But don't worry, there's one called The Search for Spock right after it. Just that means they kind of like bring him back.
Oh my God. I mean, it's been out for like decades, so
We just spoiled
a 40-year-old film.
That's why I didn't think I needed to say spoilers. It always got me when he put his hand on the container, on that door.
Oh, well, yes. Oh, dude. Amazon will bank on the popularity of Tom Bombadil for season 2 if they fail. I read that one, but for $4.99. Thank you, Indistinct Chatter. In the making of, the director Wayne Yip at the very end says they were absolutely banking on people filling in the blanks from their show with the books and the lore. I mean, he almost says that word for word. I'm like, wow, it would have been helpful to respect the lore in the first place if you wanted that to happen.
Right.
Because that is possible for something like, that's close. That is possible with portions of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. You can use this context. You can't. Rings of Power, it's fucking Easter eggs. There's like 2% lore in there.
Right, but he also forgot the fact that it's the American education system today. Most people haven't read it.
I don't know if you saw the making of, right?
Yeah.
Did you notice how little JD Payne and Patrick McKay were in it?
Yes.
Yeah, because they spent 8 months before nonstop, not shutting up.
But they're not in the special features. Like they're barely in it.
Because they're supposed to be sidelined, pushed out, done the Hollywood firing thing or whatever, but still there.
But after the finale, they did an entire hour-long podcast where they went into detail about the decisions and stuff, and then you released the making of as a special, and they're not even in that. They could have just repeated the same things.
Yeah. They're just JD Payne and Patrick McKay.
Bullshit. It's just lies and bullshit. When they were cutting corners, they needed to get this thing out. They were having a hard time getting it produced because, for example, people can be considered difficult who want to stay true to the story. That's
difficult.
That is a difficult person in Hollywood
now.
Wow. Henry Cavill is difficult to a bunch of feminist twat waffles. Yes. Certain people are difficult. I don't want to.
How would they have handled someone like Marlon Brando today, who would go insane on set? He's like, you'd have to stick to the character.
One, Marlon Brando would have been a homeless person if he wasn't an actor. He was fucking nuts. But he would be in jail today.
Oh,
He would be in jail. That dude's debauchery was legendary.
especially on movie set.
Great
That
actor.
thing-
Great fucking actor. Fucking one of the greatest because he was absolutely insane. Yeah. Nerdrotic, I discovered you back in February with the coverage of the Amazon Rings of Power disaster. That's right when it started. And I've been a fan ever since. Thank you, brother, for being a warrior for Tolkien, Middle Earth, and a sincere fan the world over. Hail. And hail to you. Hail for being part of it. Ann and Daniel, $11.97 for $20. I appreciate it. That none of this shit happens. Like Disparu, George, like Nerd Cookies was getting in on because it mattered, as MauLer did live streams, Critical Drinker did videos. It was a cultural moment, just not the one Amazon was looking for. They got a fan obsession. They like Jeff Bezos is his whole thing is consumer obsession. I hate the word consumer, but that's his thing, right? Mm. And he wanted consumer obsession with this show, and he got it in a way for a time. But it wasn't consumers, it was roasters. People were absolutely obsessed in roasting the show because it was so roastable. It was so memeable. It's so fucking bad. And it costs so much money that it's like Hollywood failure 101. That's what it is. I mean, it's like we'll never know the true numbers, but it's the biggest fail. It is the biggest failure of all time.
Yeah, it is.
Period. As far as financial. The thing is, it's $1 trillion company that can hide its money. And, Jeff Bezos, if you don't think that guy's got like a massive fucking ego, for when he goes into space in a dick-shaped fucking rocket, and he bought a newspaper to roast Elon Musk.
You know what I still find amazing is when they have clips of him at the London premiere, where you see him and he's talking about how I think it was his father's grandfather. I can't remember which one introduced him to Tolkien. And then he talks about J.D. Payne. Then he talks about his son. But the entire time he's looking at his phone. I'm like, if these are memories, how come he's reading his teleprompter?
Yep.
I mean, nothing is real with these people.
You get it the same thing. It's like Rafe Judkins for Wheel of Time always spoke about, these books have been part of my life since I was a kid. It's like, okay, so if you love it so much, why are you obsessed with changing it all? Why didn't you just want to do the books? If you like, this shouldn't be something you have to prove. It should be obvious in what you're doing. And in fact, what happens is the real intention shines through. It's like the showrunners. I don't understand, because those making of, they're so short. This was the sheer best bits that you filmed behind the scenes, because there's barely any of it in there anyway. And the best comments those showrunners made in interviews was Alfie sent. There's about a minute of their footage throughout the entire thing, if that. And that was the best comments they ever came up with.
Wow.
It's not just bad, it's like next level.
Typically, they should never work again, right? Typically, if this were...
everybody should be ostracized from Hollywood, but that doesn't happen anymore because of optics, right? Yeah. So... I like Jennifer Salke. Yeah, she did. I mean, she didn't obtain the rights to Wheel of Time, Rings of Power, Invincible. These were all brought in by other people, right? She took them over, but the stuff she's overseen, so like, Terminal List, very good. I doubt she was involved in the day-to-day on that, but on Rings of Power, she came in and inserted herself and fuck this show, her and Lindsay Weber.
Yeah.
And then the shackles were on J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. They were taken off, and boy, I don't care how much success you have. If you have $1 billion failure on your resume, that's not good. That's not good. But they'll fire somebody for a bad joke at a party, but they won't fire you for losing, millions, billions, and millions of dollars. That's how in Hollywood you're fucked. Because as much as you want that's the biggest difference with especially Hollywood. As much as you want the world to be the way you see it, it isn't. It just isn't. You still need to make money. You still need all your fandom, not half of them. You can't choose them, and you can't buy your way into the Tolkien fandom. So you can wish all you fucking want. This stuff's not going to happen. You can wish, you could hope that Rings of Power is going to turn around in season 2. It's going to be worse.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you
I
think
don't know what
it's-
they're expecting. What are they expecting? They've lost their audience now, right? They come back in 2 years where it's going to compete again with Game of Thrones. I mean, not Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, and then it's going to also compete with War of the Rohirrim with no audience.
That's what I was going to say. Like, do you think there's a disconnect between the people that make the important decisions, like the hiring and firing, and the actual success of the project? Because there was that whole article about this will be a success because they need it to be a success. And because they're an analytical company, you can always find statistics that actually support your point of view.
It. Yeah.
So I kind of feel like, is the meeting somewhere where they're like, how did Rings of Power do? They're, here's a load of stats that show you how amazing it is, and they just trust them at face value. Because the higher-ups, they're not watching the show. They're not judging it for themselves. They're only getting, like, third-hand information. And if everyone's fate is, like, tied to the success or failure of this show, and they're all just telling their bosses, everyone loved it. It was amazing. And here the stats, then the people who are actually the ones with the power may have literally no idea what actually happened.
You've hit the nail on the head, young man. That is the people at the top. They don't watch any of this shit. They don't know what's going on. They make the decisions. So they hired a bunch of people to do a job, and that job is now telling them exactly what they want to hear and preserve their jobs, and it's not reality. So they're going to spin it to keep their job, and that's like old Hollywood. There would have been a guy going, with this guy, I lost all my fucking money on this fucking movie. You fucking fired, but it's not like that anymore. And now they just, you fail upward and you keep failing upward. I mean, look at fucking Paramount with Star Trek. They keep making shit and they keep resetting. And we're doing the same thing with Lord of the Rings. Like after Star Trek failed, Brian Fuller was in charge of Star Trek. He wrote on Next Generation, and I believe DS9. So he was like an old school Star Trek guy. He had some concepts. Robert Meyer Burnett has a whole video on it. He got usurped by Alex Kurtzman. They took some of his concepts, repurposed them. Kurtzman and his partner Roberto Orci were involved in the JJ Star Trek movies. Roberto Orci was the Star Trek fan. Whether you like those movies or not, that guy was the Star Trek fan, but he got taken out of the picture. And it was just Alex Kurtzman, who wasn't an anything fan. He's just a lackey. Just a fucking used to get Raimi's coffee. That's what he used to do. Now he's a big showrunner. He doesn't know anything about Star Trek. He brings in a bunch of fucking soap opera writers, and they just drive this franchise into nothing. Into like, you got the same like weirdos on Twitter fucking watching this shit, but nobody's like, I can't even watch it to roast it anymore. It's so fucking bad. That's the future for the Rings of Power. That's the future. And believe me, it's going to be a lot more like Westworld, where you won't even get to finish and you might get pulled off the fucking platform. Like that's the future of the Rings of Power. And there's no way to change that now. There's nothing, absolutely zero you can do aside from hiring Peter Jackson and relaunching the whole fucking thing. But if you continue with one person, I mean, down to the fucking catering, it's dead. It's fucking dead. And like, you won't even see an outcry, George, when the season 2 rolls around in 2 years.
Right.
It'll just be meh.
Just gone.
Gone. Apathy.
Do you think they'll even fight for it for a second?
No, they're going to fight like hell. They're going to put a lot of money into it, but then after that, you're going to see quietly budgets will be reduced. Things will start looking cheaper. It'll be very quiet. Maybe some writers will be replaced. Maybe some producers. You'll see it. You'll see it. Because like Amazon is a mail order company. That's what they are. They're not an entertainment company. They're playing at that shit just because they have all the fucking money in the world and they bought what they thought was the best talent. And it wasn't. But Jennifer Salke is not a creative person. She comes from broadcast and marketing. Oh, she's also see you next Tuesday. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Oh my God, there's a picture of her and Morphed together, and it looks like mother and daughter. It's like mother and daughter, like straight up self-insert. All right, we're gonna. I can't get to them all. I really wanted to get to them all. I did, but we're creeping up to 4 hours. So I'll I'll either make it part of the square up, or I'll do a special square up at night in the next couple of days. Trying to get all my videos done before Christmas, so my people aren't working on Christmas, and I can enjoy Christmas. and I decided to save 2 of the biggest videos till the end of the year that are the hardest to make. Poor Garrett. Poor Garrett is suffering in more ways than you know. Hey, just send your good wishes and prayers to, like, nobody's sick or anything. He's just got a little string of unfortunate events. He's doing great. He's fine. He does not complain publicly about this shit. But that's why I love him. But Garrett's a good guy. He's got, a great family. So just positive vibes. That just say, hope you're doing okay, buddy. But nobody's dying or anything like that. It's just some unfortunate events. But he will be absolutely taken care of. I promise you. I would never let anything bad happen to my quarter black, ever.
Unless he doesn't show up to stream, then Gary complains about him the entire time.
If I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, oh my God, I'm an asshole. And he tells me, like, I'm like, tell me what's going on. He doesn't bother you. I'm like, you're not bothering me. You know what bothers me? You not showing up to the streams, and I don't know. I'm just kidding. He's super busy, and he's editing a monster Rings of Power video right now. The one I was promising with some inside dope. So a lot of it's out there, like it's kind of collated. You might get some new information. I might get in trouble. I might not get in trouble. I just kind of went ahead. I tried to verify some things, and I just went ahead with I'll ask for forgiveness and not permission.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do. So we'll do a few more. And again, huge apologies. I can't get to them all. I will get to that. I will make this timely. Okay. It will be timely. Pay attention to the community section, because it'll probably be over on Nerdrotic Live or the next time we live stream. Tons of holiday live streams coming. That's the other reason I wanted to queer out my schedule. Clear out my schedule. Holy shit.
Hollywood.
Wow.
Very Hollywood. Yeah, MauLer and Az will be joining me on Christmas Day. We're doing our Christmas Day live stream. So for all of you who may be working, traveling, family's not around, weird, stupid, dumbass COVID restrictions, so people can't fly into countries, not really sure. But if you're spending your holidays alone, we will keep you company. Promise.
What time are you doing that?
I'll send you a link. I'm going to be doing it. It'll be in the evening. We do it in the evening usually, like after everybody's had their dinner, maybe open their presents, and that's when like
9 p.m. your time.
Yeah, maybe a little earlier than that, but like 7 or 8, something like that.
Okay.
But it's central, and it's like right around the time where you'd be hanging out with your family, but if they're not there, so like the night part when Christmas is almost over could be like the most lonely part.
Oh
yeah.
So we want to fill that part.
It's either the part where family starts fighting or they start watching TV.
I'm sure everyone will be incredibly happy that Witcher Blood Origins has been on that day. Everyone will be riding high from the
we might review
sheer
it.
quality.
We might roast the fucking shit out of it. Disparu, I was not going to watch it until like I saw all the cope from the Witcher writers, and now like, oh, I am fucking.
You're taking it to him now.
I mean, when the critics reviews came out, and it was like 38% from the critics.
Yes, whoa. And it's got like Michelle Yeoh. Right? Everybody loves her, but she was fucking terrible in Star Trek Discovery. Terrible. Good actress. I'm sure she's a nice lady. Luminous Brilliance for $2. Disparu, Willow Review's funniest review of 2022. Good shit, dude.
Oh, dude, Willow is that perfect level where enough is happening, but it's still bad enough, but they're trying to be funny. I ever since like She-Hulk trying to be funny made it all the better, and Willow's the same. But Willow, there is some funny moments in Willow. There is some good characters. It's just, well, a good character. They killed off my favorite one. But it's hit that perfect kind of mark, because I tried to watch National Treasure. That's too awful. That's so boring and awful that I can't even like take the piss out of it. But Willow's just nailed it.
Wagons. Are you mad about wagons?
Oh, the wagons were I didn't have Shad's level of like paying for that, but I have over other stuff. My
It's
favorite
really
is how
fucking dumb though. The wagon thing is like that.
Oh, yeah.
If you wanted to do like a top 10 dumb fucking things you've seen in TV, that's got to be in the top.
they blow it up.
I still couldn't understand the fact that how in mine they stole so many damn scenes. It's like they would stole Brave. They stole Young Guns too. You know, when they're jumping with the horses off.
Jonathan Kasdan, right?
I know, they're literally clipping it. They're
Yeah.
clipping it whole, not like, let me get an idea to be inspired.
He has no fucking talent. He got in on nepotism in his last fucking name, and the guy's a hack.
Yeah.
Guy's a freaking hack.
In the last episode.
Oh, go on.
In the last episode, they literally just started putting the original movie into the TV show, just wholesale. Like, they're that desperate to try and tug on your heartstrings. That, the nostalgia, we'll just put it in the movie. It doesn't add anything. It's just copying scenes.
Yeah, I agree.
Kasdan makes me miss Max Landis, who was actually pretty good as far as, nepotism and legacy. He's a complete weirdo and was completely drugged out, but he's a good writer. Good writer. Magician Sapphire for $10. Nerdrotic and X-Ray Girl. Have you guys thought about inviting Meme Copium on Friday Night Tights? He's a swell guy and very knowledgeable about pop culture and did a very funny review of lampooning Rings of Power. Well, X-Ray Girl, please look into it. I'm sorry, I'm not aware of Meme Copium. No disrespect to that person at all. I just don't catch everything, but I will definitely check it out. And thank you. We love that you guys request people to come on. We take your requests. Like Cat Turd. I think that get Cat Turd on.
I followed them finally.
Cat Turd is legendary. Okay. When Galadriel gave Gimli her hair, it's a huge part of the lore that you wouldn't know unless you read the Silmarillion. Read into why it was such a huge gesture. It's a deceptively beautiful moment. You are absolutely correct. That is one way you can rely on the lore. And maybe the one thing is you never know if they referred to something in the past and it hit the cutting room floor. You never know that, but like that is a great example of it. It's in the lore. And you know who could have incorporated it in the lore? The Rings of Power, and they didn't. And that's why they're full of shit. Okay. So Galadriel was dicking around Middle-earth for 1,000 years when I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. Her and Celeborn are married. They go to Lindon. Then they go to Eregion. And then they found there's conflicting things, but they found Lothlorien. They have Celebrian, their daughter. Then they get separated. Again, there's conflicting reports, but I'm trying to do the Cliff Notes version. But they get separated. Celeborn goes back to Eregion with Elrond to fight Sauron, who attacks. She and Celeborn doesn't want to go through the Mines of Moria with Galadriel and her daughter. So she goes alone, and that way she's separated going through Moria. I mean, like, doesn't this sound a little more interesting than what they fucking did in that show? And I'm doing it like not the best way in the world, believe me, but like this is how you could have started. Like, that's how you could have started the show, just with that. You could have compressed that timeline and just done that. And they sacrificed so many great stories. So we because humans we get attached to wouldn't die. Fuck that.
Melly and the Maya.
Yeah, like if the timeline compression came on early on, and it's like it was just a bad idea to begin with. Sorry, go on, Disparu.
I think the showrunners were the most honest when they talked about the first question we came up with is, you're not going to make a ring because you're stupid. You're going to make it because you were done. And it's like, you actually just described Tolkien's story as stupid and you didn't even realize.
Right.
But they thought that the original story was it was unbelievable. So we have to change it because we can improve it. As like, that was the most honest I think they've been. The starting point and why everything had to change.
I agree with you. In their February interview, and was it Vanity Fair? I can't remember now, or Variety, when they said, I think that's what's hung around their neck the most is we're going to write the book Tolkien never wrote. Anyone who could say that hubris, that ego, they have no respect for it. They think it's like it's just another book.
No, to these clowns, it's just they've been dying to get a gig for a long time.
10 years.
They're willing to do and say whatever the fuck they needed to say to get this gig. And I pointed out in one of my videos, they said the same shit when they were in the Star Trek.
Oh,
And when pushed, not pushed, but when they mentioned like how much Star Trek, like all they could bring up was best of both worlds. It's like, really?
wow.
Yeah, like they're just saying shit to get jobs. That is the bad reboot MO. Be gifted at the art of bullshit. Nothing else fucking matters. And that's why Hollywood is permeated with a bunch of untalented hacks from bad reboot right now who don't know fucking shit. They're casual fans at fucking best and play it. They found the nerd niche and they exploited it with fucking lens flares.
Wow. JJ's a disease.
Yep. He's a cancer.
The thing that amazes me though is it's like for $1 billion. If you want to be an engineer, you go there and they say, "What's your experience?" and you've got to have experience. And they went there and someone decided to give them $1 billion for nothing, like no experience, no credits, no right. That's I will never understand. No matter, I don't care how much you can lie. I don't care how much of a con man you can come across it like a confidence man. I don't care how confident you come across or successful you might appear. They go, "Where are your writing credits?" None. Oh, okay. That should just be it. End of the conversation.
You think so. But except they had J.J. Abrams and Simon Tolkien saying, these are the guys.
No, and yes. And apparently that call went to Jennifer Salke. It didn't go to the other people.
Oh.
I can't mention yet, but I will in my video. Hope I don't get in trouble. But it's the reason it's getting so fucked up is that the word consumer, which should be stricken from every. I mean, yes, I know some exist, but like if you're being referred to as a consumer, be insulted because they look at you as a giant open fucking mouth that they can just feed, and that's what they think fandom is. They think we're a bunch of dumb, weirdo cosplaying. And I still think cosplaying's a little weird, but it's like, I go ahead and do it. But that's what they think we are. A bunch of man children, man babies. That's what they think. That's what they still think fans are. They still hate nerds. They hate having to do business with them. And it's obvious because they've never respected us as customers, as people, as a fandom, ever. And occasionally we'll get somebody who does. And gets it. And Hollywood can't emulate that because of ego and hubris and stupidity. Met read for $1. Thank you for the donation. Winter Wolf CR7 for $10. Sounds like Rafi Judkins is going to be involved in what's GOW?
God of War.
God of War. Thank you. Talk about Dead on Arrival, DOA. I also heard Cavill got the rights to Warhammer before approaching Amazon. Yeah, because his girlfriend works, I can't remember, at the place where they acquired the rights, maybe? I'm not sure. But, yeah. But it's not real. It's make believe. How do you let this define your character? Says TJ Dopeness for $5. I don't know what that's referred to. That might be sarcasm. I'm not sure because it's so late. So I'm sorry. But define whose character. I think people identify with. Again, I don't know what if there was sarcasm in there or not, but. People identify. I love to bring up, and I brought it up at the panel, that I identify with Gollum probably the most. Then, if you want to talk about a human connection, that's who I identify the most with in Lord of the Rings.
Oh,
I can. How can Rings of Power flop with 3 of the best movies of all time, showing you how it's done and hours of behind the scenes content? It's like the teacher giving you the solution to the exam, and you still fail. For Frodo for 10 British pounds. That's a great way. But that's true. I mean, that's more than true. And we got a lot more to get to. So we'll get to. So again, apologies to everybody, but we've got to let these fine folks go. Thank you, Robert Meyer Burnett. Thank you, Critical Drinker. Thank you, MauLer. Thank you, George the Giant Slayer, Disparu, X-Ray Girl. Did I forget anybody?
Critical?
My brain's
No,
not
we got
working.
everybody.
The chat. Thank you, sexy people. So many, over 6,300 stayed with us the whole time.
Yeah.
Whole time. We had 8,500 people watching on a Sunday. It's getting close to playoff time. So that's pretty fucking epic, you nerds. You nerds. I love you. I freaking love you. Let's go around the horn. Disparu, what do you got coming up? What are you doing for Christmas, buddy?
I will be reviewing on Christmas Day the first episode of The Witcher. So
I will be watching.
Yeah,
Oh, it's out on Christmas?
The moment that got 38%, because that trailer is, I think it tells you everything you need to know about that series. So when the critics came out as well, and everything just starts to be lining up, it's like, okay, yeah. My only issue is it takes me so long to review an episode that dropping all is it 4? It's supposed to be 6, but now it's 4 episodes at the same time. I'm gonna have a busy few days. But
okay, so yeah, I didn't get a number. I wasn't sure if it was 3 or 4. So it's 4 episodes. It was supposed to be 6, and they cut it down.
Yeah. Which is never a good sign.
Never.
If they're like, no, this is really awful. We want to save money.
A good sign. Did you see that article the other day? As Can Blood Origins save the Witcher franchise? That was I was laughing my ass off when I saw that. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna I can't assume Christmas on everybody. So when did Hanukkah start? Did it start yet? Is Hanukkah going?
Yeah, it should have started already. Yep. It started on no, it starts this Friday. What am I talking about? It starts this Friday. I believe so.
Excellent.
Sunday, December 18th. Today.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute.
Hanukkah out there too. Happy Hanukkah out there. So Disparu, I'm looking forward to that, man. Rip it to shreds. Or if it's good, it
is till next.
Oh yeah. I mean, it'll be incredible.
It is fantastic. Completely destroying the lore. Yeah. Oh, the Lady Gravemaster retweeted. They were showing like the first Witcher, and she's like, repeat after me. There were no humans before the conjunction of the spheres on the continent.
Oh yeah, I can't remember. Was it that video where he's like, we really want to do something that sticks to the lore, that appreciates the books. We want to stay to it all, but and then you're like, everything that you just said is entirely irrelevant now.
It's done. George, what do you got?
Thank you. Oh, doing good. Thank you for having me on. I love being here. I'm working on Willow right now, but I've also started to look into the Yellowstone. I'm starting to review the Yellowstone franchise because I really like the series. Yeah. And so tonight they have starting 1923, the one with Harrison Ford, another prequel to the Yellowstone series with Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren. So I'll be doing that and getting together with a family and hopefully streaming.
Yeah, that looks interesting.
I know it's not for everyone, but I really have liked Yellowstone. And there's another one called Tulsa King, which I love, and I'm thinking of reviewing
King.
that.
I want to see Tulsa.
It's really good. I was surprised. Stallone is doing really well on it.
Like I wasn't like sure I was going to be like Hell on Wheels was something I caught on later. Like I had a friend of mine tell me Hell on Wheels is a shit, dude. You got to watch out.
Yeah, it was.
And I watched Hell on Wheels and went, oh, it's a shit. You're right.
Yeah. Tulsa King is good. Very good.
Yeah, I got to watch Tulsa King. Exude Goo. What do you got coming up?
I have a shirt. I have a shirt to share. A shirt to share.
A
shirt to share.
Yeah.
Make Marvel mail again.
Marvel mail again. Oh my goodness.
Yes, we're triggering people for testicles.
For testicles. That's right. Trigger them for testes.
So it's a pre-order shirt. December 31st. Try to get your orders in as soon as you can. And then once that date goes, then they'll get it made and then sent out. There's different colors. We got white.
Gray.
We got black.
Yeah.
And then this is my favorite, the royal blue.
Nice. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That looks like the Captain America blue.
Yeah, we're gonna keep that open till the end of the year, and this will trigger all of the Marvel stands for a good cause. It goes towards balls. Ball sacks.
Balls. We love balls. We love the members. And I have a channel, X-Ray Girl. I'm on YouTube, Rumble Locals. I will probably be building the second half of my Hogwarts castle for the rest of the Christmas and playing Final Fantasy Crisis Core. So that's the plan. I need sleep. I was gonna probably stream after this, but I'm so tired. I think I only had like 2 hours today.
Oh, I got more sleep than you.
Yeah, I was up till 7:30 a.m.
Oh, working at your day job.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a good night, but I'm still tired. I need to catch up.
Yeah, get some sleep. I recorded my final Rings of Power video for the year. I was up till, I think I turned it in at 2:30 or 3 to Garrett. The part 3. I record them in parts and I send them so you can get it parsed together. I think it clocked in at 30 minutes. It's going to get cut down to probably like 25. It's really freaking long. Hope you like it. I really do. Like I've been wanting to make it for a month and promising for a month and just needed the time to go over this chicken scratch notes I made like a month ago from a couple of phone conversations I had, some email exchanges. And honestly, there's still people I need to talk to. There's tons of people who reached out to me. I'm sure to you too, George, behind the scenes on maybe you, Disparu too. Like it's amazing. You make some of these videos. It doesn't matter how many subs you have, by the way, you'll get contacted like by people. And at first you're like, this can't be real.
Yeah, that's what I thought until they started proving. Yeah.
Until they start sending us stuff and you're like, oh my.
It just shows you how many people love Tolkien, how it impacts their life. They're just pissed.
And there's also a good amount of people in Hollywood who just want things to get better and they can't say anything. And while I understand that it would mean a lot more if you did, it takes, and yes, you would be risking your job. So not everybody should do it, but maybe somebody who's a little more comfortable can do it. You know, like Jon Favreau could have done it. I don't think he's ever going to have to work another day in his life if he doesn't have to. He could have spoken up for Gina Carano, but he didn't.
That's actually something that got me about the Witcher leaks. If that's accurate, they didn't realize how bad that made them look. Even down to the point where he said, "Oh yeah," and then Henry Cavill made friends with a writer, so we reported him to HR and got him fired. I'm like, you don't even realize what you've just said and what you've admitted to.
Exactly. And what was their big insult in those quote unquote leaks? He's a gamer.
Basically.
Oh my god.
He got gamer addiction, and
I still don't know what gamer bro language is. It's like I have
you know
idea.
what it must mean. They must mean it means like, oh, he likes the boobs on the women and he likes to use weapons. And
They were just offended that he knew more about the lore and he wanted to make it more
I
accurate.
did wonder if it meant things like level up and just really basic terms that they can't understand.
It's terrible. Yeah, I think that was total bullshit. Like it reminded me of rewriting Ripley. That's what it looked like. It looked a lot like rewriting Ripley. And then Ryan did a video and he went to the website where it came from. And the website right in the bottom says, oh, this stuff is just conjecture and speculation. None of it's real.
wow.
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Go check out Ryan's video.
Oh yeah.
They just want to stir up the pot.
So thanks everyone in the chat. Thanks to the Modrotics. Thanks to everyone else who left a super chat and donation. You help keep the lights on. Hail J.R.R. Tolkien and his wonderful son, Christopher. Thank you for all the great stories. Hail the great Peter Jackson for giving us this great trilogy. And yes, we will do in a year, we'll do the 20th anniversary of the Return of the King, which will probably be the entire trilogy. We'll just talk about the entire trilogy. I'll bring all these people back, maybe add Razor Fist, and if he wants to come, so we can do this again. In the meantime, don't forget to watch the extended versions before the end of the year. It's like this is the perfect time of year to watch it. And most importantly of all, have a Merry Christmas, have a Happy Hanukkah, and we'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
So,